Yep, still Stephen Welch. Ready to roll. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is just a little bit after 4. We've recovered from some power outage difficulties thanks to the audio-video team. Let's see, this meeting is being audio and video recorded. It'll be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please don't show or say anything you don't want displayed there. Public comments. The HDC takes comments from the public through the HDC public comment, no spaces, at nantucket-ma.gov email address. Comments are due by 8 a.m. of the Monday prior to the meeting. Let's see, for the initial votes, we'll go with the members here, Angus, Abby, myself, and Connie. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda subject to I reviewed and they were not moved by a slight oversight? 43 Union, numbers 13 and 14 of the new business of August 26th, and number 15, 75 Fairgrounds Road, Hardscape Pool, to respectively consent for the 43 Union and consent with conditions for 75 Fairgrounds, the condition being not visible at time of inspection or thereafter. Can I get a motion to accept the revised agenda?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed, carries unanimously. I would like to get a motion to, given the fact that those 3 items were not on the agenda under consent and consent with conditions, I'd like to get a motion to approve consent subject to 43 Union applications being held till 6 p.m., at which time we'll vote them, just in case there's somebody who wanted to speak. We don't anticipate it. There were no letters, but it just seems fair process. So is there a motion to approve consents subject to the 243 unions being held to vote at 6 p.m.?
I'll add one more.
Hold on a second, Linda. Thank you.
I'll add one more to pull from that, and that's number 842 Shimo color change.
And that's for a review?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion.
And with that would be my motion.
Okay, just for the minutes maker, the motion is to approve consent subject to the 243 Union Street held till 6 p.m. And what was the other address, Angus?
Oh, it's number 842 Shimo.
42 Shimo being held for discussion by the commissioners. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? I presume no one voted who needed to recuse. Okay, we are now on to consent with conditions. It would be, unless there's some other modification proposed by a member, similar motion, the 75 Fairgrounds, motion to approve consent with conditions with 75 Fairgrounds being held to vote at 6 p.m. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. And just like that, the people's business on 59 applications has been dispensed with. Signs, is there a motion, any recusals? Is there a motion to accept the sign committee's recommendation?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Ratify vote to clarify incorrect HDC number and scope of work from the August 19th meeting. The correct HDC number and scope of work is respectively 12682. Scope of work revision of COA 11541, chimney, railings, and fenestration. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Good afternoon, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why don't you lead with if you've got anything for CLG, and then we can ask questions from there, if we got any.
Yes, I had sent you all our minutes from our CLG meeting. I would love to have them approved at next meeting. So they're on your agenda for review. If you have any edits, please send them individually to myself. And then I just wanted to bring up, we had NAPC training. Hopefully anybody was able to participate in that. If not, hopefully you registered so you could actually get that information, a lot of information from the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions. I understand it was a lot of information last week, but I think it's helpful. So that's obviously under our CLG category. Also wanted to mention that our partners, Preservation Institute Nantucket, had their final presentation this month, and they had worked on the New Guinea, West Monomoy area, which is a CPC-funded project. And we're going to be continuing that effort, so we'll be applying for CPC to continue our survey work. And then that was pretty much it on the survey or the CLG stuff. I did want to, if it's okay with you, I did have some additional information on some comments that I did provide, if that's okay. One is, just so you're aware, which I know Linda might bring up, that you all did approve the driveway for 126 previously, as I put in my comments, but that, subject to your approval, they'll be going back to select board if the select board is so inclined to approve that. So I just wanted to mention it for the commission's knowledge, but I will be here for the next application for review.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you,
Thanks.
Holly. Questions for Holly on any of the staff comments?
I actually did have a question about 8 Federal Street, and that is, there are like 4 dates that are mentioned in different resources, anytime after 1846, 1892, 1900, 1904. So I just wanted to kind of figure out, so do we have a definitive date or range of construction?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have an old 1989 survey, which specifically says it was built after the Great Fire of 1846, which is consistent with that block off of Main Street. So I believe that is the date. I think you'll see the NHL as well as the tax assessors usually roughly indicates as 1900. There hasn't been a really full history that's been done, which obviously we would want to, and it's in our survey areas to be able to do that. So I would lean on at least right after the Great Fire of 1846 on that date.
Thank you.
Worst case, we average them and we subtract the standard deviation. All right, any other questions for Holly? Okay, so she's going to be here for the next one. Bear with me, I'm just forwarding the agenda, the latest. That is going to move us to commissioner discussion and commission requested view from August 19th, right? 42 Chuck Hollow, do you have an update for us on that, Kathy?
He emailed me and said he wasn't prepared to.
You'd like a hold?
He'd like to hold, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to hold that, and did we set up a date with him yet?
No,
Or
not
he's
yet.
preparing? Not yet, okay. So, hold on. So what happens here is that we have a best practices policy in place that if you put your application on, the discussion of your application on hold without 2 weeks' notice, there's unofficially what we call a ding, a demerit, whatever you want to call it. And when you get to 2 of them, there's a penalty with respect to the next time the application can be heard. And the 3rd time, the penalty becomes more severe. It's not intended to be punitive, but it is intended to allow abutters to be able to prepare and attend meetings with advance notice, including if they would like to have an attorney or other agent representation. So this counts as one because the email was it's very fresh.
Yes.
Pleasant, but fresh. Pleasant in nature. And that's where we're with that one.
Where it's continued to.
Linda, I'm sorry, if you need to approach the mic so that the people at home can hear you.
Yeah, no, get up to the mic. Just ask questions.
They didn't hear what we said.
Come up.
You don't know.
Yes, lower that. There you go.
Thank God these things are movable. We just didn't know where it was continued to. Is there any,
At this point, it's unknown until the applicant finalizes his planning, and we suggest you follow the agenda.
Okay, because the only reason we're concerned is that,
Linda, we don't want to open it up.
I'm not going to talk about the
I
merits.
don't want to talk about scheduling or anything else. It's
No.
not
It's
part
on
of
the, it's on the
our
market, and we're worried about
group
that.
discussion. So if there's a complaint or something to file, go ahead and file it. I think that's what started this process, so we are where we
Yeah,
are.
5 or 6 complaints.
We're going to do what we can do with
Okay.
the process, and the applicant has asked to hold so that he can be better prepared for discussion, and
Or sell it first.
we're going to honor that. Okay, that's going to move us to commissioner discussion and vote action on unsafe or dangerous condition. 12 Atlantic, Linda Williams is representing. As you may be aware, that structure was deemed unsafe by the building commissioner, and subject to town code, it is allowed to be, demolition is allowed to occur prior to issuance of a COA, which is really, I think, the only, it may be one of two, but I'm pretty sure it's the only instance that's allowed. Linda is here just to do a quick presentation on that and to resolve any open matters. Linda?
Who's sitting, Mr. Chairman? You only
It's
have
going to
4
be
here.
Angus, myself, Abby, Connie, and Ray.
Okay, Ray's up there?
Yep.
Okay. As you all saw, it had to come down. We were given, maybe 10 days ago now, 1 week to get it down because the front wall had imploded, the ceiling had imploded, and it was deemed, because it was right on the sidewalk, to be unsafe. And the building commissioner came to us and said, you got 1 week to get it down. So through the cooperation of the sewer department, the water department, the building department, the plus office, we were able to get all the requisite permits to get it down, and we did get it down within 1 week. I don't know how. And so he forced us to get an emergency demolition permit. So that's what we filed for. But before the building came down Monday, I was able to get the HDC application in to validate it the Friday before it actually came down. I gave you dozens of pictures. I gave you the history of it. Holly has, because there had been someone who had actually done a history of that area. Holly had more information because I wanted to establish through a regular COA, even if it's after the fact, as to where the building was, what it looked like, what it was going on with it. The original building from 1910, 13, somewhere in there, was not the building that you saw. The whole front section of that building was added after time, after 1927. Holly has more information to put into the file, so the file in the HDC department will be complete as to all the history of that structure.
Excellent. Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions on the topic? Any at all?
I just could ask a question.
Sure.
I just wanted to know the procedure, like how did it get to that point, and why doesn't the HDC weigh on that before it becomes an emergency?
Linda, please do not comment on HCC procedures.
No, I think she has a comment.
Yeah. Kathy, do you want to comment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Abby. So I had sent out a violation notice and when I was here before in July of 2021. And then after a month of not hearing from them, I sent out a citation in August of 2021. And I left, went to a different department, came back, and I got a notice from one of the commissioners that it was, we all know it's in a bad state of repair. So I went ahead and I called down to the town clerk's office to A, find out if they had paid the citation. And then B, I went up to the district court's office to make sure that usually when they don't pay a citation, which is in a district court hands, it's out of the HDC, out of the town, it goes to district court. If they don't pay a ticket, usually a notice to appear is generated by the district court. In this case, it was not. So I can't answer to why that happened. So I went out and sent out the $600 citation. So,
Would you like me to tell you how it got to this point?
I don't think we need to get into more.
No, I just,
But-
I guess I'm getting at is that it would be,
well, I can.
Go ahead. Abby.
I can just say one more thing. Minimum maintenance is very difficult. It's a very long process normally, and it's very difficult to I mean, our ultimate goal is compliance, let's face it. But it's very difficult to bring someone into compliance. It can take months, if not years, and you've seen that with a few structures on the island. In this case, I don't know, I can't answer why it took that long. All I can tell you is that from the staff's perspective of what we did, as opposed to for the enforcement purposes.
Yeah, I understand what, and why it happened. I just think going forward, how can we keep this old buildings that, you know, that are being neglected, that have some history, how can we stop this before they get to the point where it's an emergency? It's just,
Well, you know, once a minimum maintenance violation notice is sent, and when they don't respond and a citation is issued, it's out of the HTC's hands. That's with the district court. And they have 21 days to appeal the ticket. If the ticket isn't paid for, they send a notice to appear, and that's handled through the district court system, not through the HDC. And then sometimes it goes to Nantucket Superior Court. And either the clerk magistrate or the judge can remand it back to the HDC, but it doesn't necessarily mean it comes back quickly. So it's up to staff to monitor that. So it's a very long, tedious process.
And the citation was
Unfortunately.
never issued
Linda?
by her, it was, but not by the court.
Okay. Abby, anything else on that?
no.
Okay. Angus?
Oh, I have a question about, because I'm looking at a copy of the citation notice from August 5th of 2021. So 4 years ago, it ends with no further notice will be provided prior to initiating enforcement litigation. And in the body of that citation notice, it mentions a fee for one thing that is $300 and another one that's $500, each of which can be imposed for every day that the building or that there's a violation. And so was the citation ever paid?
No, so.
Okay.
No, so
Yep.
what happened was in August of 2021, when I sent the citation, I went to the health department towards the middle to the end of that month. And when I came back to Plus, I went down to the clerk magistrate's office upstairs at the courthouse, and for some reason, the notice to appear, the citation wasn't paid per the town clerk's office. And sometimes when it's not paid, there's supposed to be a generated notice to appear sent to the property owner, and then one is sent to us to appear in court. That wasn't done for some reason. I can't answer that. That was in 2021. So here we are. But I mean, and even so, it's like the goal, like I said, is compliance. We don't want to fine folks right away, $300 a day. We want to get them in to resolve the problem, to bring their property into compliance. That's the goal.
So, okay,
Abby?
and then the last thing, I know you want to move on.
It's fine. I just want to make sure
right.
Angus is done and then.
Well, so, just as an example, say we know a historic house, and we want to start the process of drawing attention to this building. What do we do to
So
start that?
for minimum maintenance, I would send a letter out.
Yeah, right.
And then we have to wait till they have to allow their due process to receive the letter and to take action.
Okay,
If they don't, then I send out a citation, and I have to wait 21 days from that point, and they have the right to appeal that ticket. And if they appeal it, I have to go to court with them, and the clerk magistrate can say either pay it or don't pay it, and go back to the HDC or not. But it still requires me to keep track of it. And then.
There is a bit of a gray area, though, because when does a building become a detriment to the neighborhood, or, and, how far along do we have a chance to save it? It looks like that building was really
Right.
beyond the pale.
Right.
But, maybe 10 years ago, it could have been saved.
Right,
So
yeah.
that's what I
I mean, it's unfortunate I mean, there's no excuse, but, you know, we don't drive around the island and looking for things either. We don't have the staff, you know, so it's, I mean, I can't explain why it was never brought in before you all prior to 2021, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I can't tell you why. I wasn't,
Yeah, no, I know, we can't be everywhere.
Anything else?
Thank you, no.
Yeah, no, please, this is important, everybody's aware.
So
Angus?
just, so we'll, this is the question section, but then now we're going to review it next? Is that the next piece?
I don't know that we need a application approved on file. I don't see a reason to
Well, I
vote
did
on it.
submit an application.
That's okay, but there's no reason for us to vote on it. The determination was made by the building commissioner pursuant to the code, based upon safety, to provide the building permit without a COA. COA is otherwise typically required for a building permit. The building permit has already been issued, so there's really no basis or effect. Ray, you want to comment?
Yeah, when you're ready.
Yeah, I was just going to say one thing, but it was more commentary than anything, so why don't you go ahead?
Well, the first thing I was going to say was to say what you just said, which is we're not voting on anything here. The building inspector superseded our voting, right? And what are we voting on? A demo that was it's ex post facto?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't even go down that road. So that's one thing. Second thing is I've lived on Nantucket for 34 years, and that building has always looked that way. So it's sounding like this the brick building down behind the Stop and Shop, where there were accusations about like the most recent owner, was the one responsible for all the decay on the building, which I really can't understand. That building was falling apart before the new owner came in. So and my experience, and I have some experience on this, people don't do a demo by neglect just because they feel like it. Actually, there was one guy whose name I won't mention, but up by Mill Hill, there was an example of a Victorian house. And the demo by neglect in that case, and it was a demo, happened kind of act as an act of malice because the HTC wouldn't approve the demo of this particular building. This was years ago. But for the most part, demo by neglect simply means that the people can't afford to upkeep the house. It's not because they feel like doing it. So I just want to make that point. And anybody that knows this house has known that there has been like a 1 foot to 18-inch sag in the ridge for at least 34 years, as long as I've lived here. So I just wanted to make those few points. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ray, appreciate it. Okay, anything else? Any other comments, Angus?
Yeah, I
We're
mean,
gonna close it out.
it's sad that we've lost this historic resource. The Preservation Institute Nantucket has recently done a study about the neighborhood, West Monomoy, New Guinea, Five Corners neighborhood. And there was unique history about that being, I believe, one of the few Black built and owned houses.
Actually, no.
Which wasn't, typical for most of the island, but generally for this neighborhood. And so for it to be bad enough for them to get a notice 4 years ago and never to act on it, I mean, I feel like it's a resource that's been lost unnecessarily. So it's unfortunate.
Thanks, Angus. All right, so bottom line on that, it was an unsafe structure. It's been removed. The process is complaint-driven. If people want to get involved. Unfortunately, the outcome is not what you might think it will be because it's not in the HTC's hands. It goes to the Superior Court, and they have a different system that they make determinations based on. So
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Just on the point, thank you, on the point of Angus mentioned about the CPC PIN project that we're involved with. The PIN students have done a recon survey of the West New Guinea area, and we're gonna have these surveys. And they've done a lot, extensive research of a lot of the lots within the New Guinea area, specifically within the this road, on all the different roads that tie into Five Corners. And my point is, there will be a survey done, even though it's after the fact. So we want to be able to record this. We know that this property was owned by an African-American family, even when it was originally built, but even throughout recently. There was a lady that lived to be 100 years old that lived in this house, part of the African-American neighborhood. So I think it's important that we document it as the recon survey that they've been able to provide, and get the specifics, because there is some miss of information. We think it might be more of a turn of the century versus a little later that was previously indicated. So I just wanted to mention that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Holly. Okay, folks,
Mr.
sad, tragic.
Chairman, can I add
Linda,
one more
no,
thing?
we're done.
I would like you to vote on it, though, so
We're
there's
not
something in the
voting on it.
record.
The matter has been resolved by determination of the structure being unsafe. It was clearly unsafe. There's no question about that. The board is not in a position to vote on it. It didn't view it. It's not there any longer. It is de facto demolished. And there's no one here is contesting anything that's occurred. So I think we can leave it at that. 126, well, other than contesting the fact that it ended up in such deplorable condition, I think there's unanimity on that. We're moving on to 126 Main. Before we move on to 126 Main, I want to, it's good to occasionally refresh your intentions and goals, and we're here to, these are all applications that were deemed to be non-consentable. So we want to be moving through them and trying to give the applicant or the applicant's agent short declarative statements of what we as the authority having jurisdiction require in order to get an approval. And the less we dilly or dally, not that we ever do dilly or dally, the more likely people are to make changes, so we don't sit through 3 or 4 sessions of an application being heard and reheard and reheard. So I want to encourage along the lines of refreshing our intentions and goals, that we're looking for something that the majority of membership will vote on, which is the definition of consentable, and we can effectively dispense with the people's business in that way, is what I'm encouraging.
Who's my board?
Linda, on that, we'll move to 126 Main, and the board is going to be the 4 members here, Angus, Abby, myself, Connie, and Ray online. And that's how it'll be until signal gets lost, since there's only 4 of us here. Or if Connie or someone has a recusal, they'll sit.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
Ray has his hand raised.
Ray?
Just FYI, it doesn't look like you guys have any visuals up on your screen behind you. And I don't have anything here, so if I'm to move forward with this, I'm going to need to have visuals.
We will be checking in with the visual effects coordinator.
Okay, but I heard you saying that there was some kind of an IT problem at the beginning of the meeting. Is that resolved?
Yeah, so we're checking on the redundancy systems as we speak.
Okay,
And we'll take,
there we are.
there we go. Okay. Linda, you have your board, you have your application, you have a timer. Let's please proceed.
Some of you are familiar with it, some of you've never sat on this, but I told you at the time when we got the parking space approved, which was fine with us, that I was going to be put between you and the select board. We asked for them stacked or side by side. We're limited because of where the historic house is in the exact same location and where the town tree is. And Dale asked us to actually go from 10 to 12 feet around the town tree to protect it. So we got the single parking space, and I went to the select board to get a waiver, because we're only taking like 10 feet away on the curb side, which is not even a full 20-foot parking space. And they said, no, come back here and get a second space on a plan. So we'll never park in this space, but it will show on a plan as a 7x17, which we're entitled to under the bylaw, and the 9x20, because they wanted to make sure that it was entirely within the property line. So we moved it over about 18 inches so we can get a 9x20 in there. So we got one 9x20, and we got one 7x17, and the 7x17 it's questionable whether you have jurisdiction over it, because I've been through this stuff before, where it's under the grass. And when I sent you the stuff last week to go take a view, I sent you over to, I believe it was 8 North Mill, where this exact same situation took place. The planning board made them put that second space in under the grass, and you can't tell there's anything underneath the grass. I can't remember what this stuff is called, Ray, you may know, but it's not grasscrete anymore, but it's some sort of a membrane that fits under the grass, and the grass grows over it, and it looks like it's lawn without anything showing. So that's what we're doing. It's not visible from a publicly traveled way, and yet it is on the plan. So we wanted to make sure that we came in here without playing games with what's under the grass, and we had to move the parking space over about 18 inches and still stay away from the tree, and we're extending, and you have pictures of it, you're extending the already approved rock wall around the tree, further around the tree in the back. So that's pretty much it.
Perfect timing.
There's the picture up there.
Okay, are there questions for Linda? For instance, to walk us through the site plan that, of the one she's actually proposing versus
And your
otherwise?
picture, the picture of it's up above you.
No, I want to see the site plan, please.
That was the previous one.
That shows
Keep going.
specifically
There
what
it
it
is.
is.
There it is.
So this is what was approved on the right with the brick?
Well, it's not brick, it's grass and brick, so it's not all brick.
Could you give her the pointer so she can say what she's talking about?
This
That front
part
one
was
is approved.
Yes.
And the back where you keep going down to the left there,
That's
that's the under the grass one.
So
What's
what are
that's-
you, which layout are you, what is the drawing on the left meant to indicate?
Well, that's just, Bracken gives me one of those.
Okay,
The one on this side is where you're going.
Linda,
So
can
this
you
show-
take the
hold on a
red-
minute, please.
the infrared light and show
She-
us what you're,
the one on the right shows the grass mat.
push a button.
Well,
This is the existing.
okay, guys, hold on a minute, please. There happens to be a reason that one person's facilitating the meeting, because they're focused on it. Please stop with the pointer.
Okay.
Please use your words, because we have a member who is online who can't see the pointer. So please use your words and explain which one you're proposing and what it represents.
The
Thank
one
you.
on the right, I've already said. With the
Yeah.
car, is there a car in it?
God.
I already did this. The one on the right is the one we're talking about. The front one is the one that was approved. Now it's moving over about 18 inches. And the one beyond it that sort of tags to the left, that's the one that's under the grass.
Okay, so Linda, it appears that what you have is a running bond, oversized, not a brick, in the illustration, the drawing on the right with the purple highlighter. And then you have an extension that is a smaller paver. So is this meant to indicate the layout of the parking area but not the materials? Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, the original approval for the first one was grass and brick.
Okay, so.
And then this is all under the
Please, I
grass.
want to just ask specific questions so we can get to the nut here, the core of this. So the layout is as shown on the right. We will or will not in the front parking space stack see brick other than the apron. Will we see brick or no?
Brick runners were approved.
The runners are going to stay as were
And then there's
originally approved.
grass in the middle type of
Okay.
thing.
And then the extended parking space is going to be just the grass with the underlayment,
Yeah.
is what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Abby, do you have any questions on that?
I think I get it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linda, I would urge you to label these things a little bit more clearly so we are a little more efficient in our time. You are a pro, you know what you're doing.
Well, Bracken did this for us.
You are the governor of the documents. Holly?
I don't want to confuse things, Mr. Chair, but I did include the last approval of the driveway in my staff comments and highlighted everything that was already
Yes.
done.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, does anyone else have any questions before we move further on in the process?
And I had it staked for you
Linda, not
guys.
you. Thank you. Okay. Do we have any abutters online? Okay, he can hold for a minute. Okay, and Sarah, just as a courtesy, can you identify who you're speaking for on behalf of?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sarah. Do you intend to speak? And if you are, would you just identify the party?
Yes, I am, and I represent the direct abutter at 124.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to be orderly in the process here. We
And I
have,
believe the Toths are on too, and I would defer to them.
okay, yeah, they're here. So I think what we're gonna do is we'll go with abutters who are in the audience, and then we'll go to abutters on the Zoom, and then we'll go to the Historic Structures Advisory Group. Please identify yourself for the record and speak into the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Perfect. So my name is Kevin Toth. I'm at 128 Main Street.
good evening.
All set? Are you?
Yep, you're ready to go.
Well, first off, thanks to the HDC staff and commissioners for all your help with preserving Nantucket's historic streetscapes. Honestly, we're just a little frustrated to see that this expanded version of what was already previously approved is now back on the agenda to be rehashed. The HDC rejected the applicant's original request to have more than one spot. It also had a curved driveway. After we discussed this in depth, the HDC had approved no more than one parking spot in the side yard along Main Street, regardless of the use. So why are we here relitigating this and wasting everyone's time? The reasons the HDC stated for not approving anything larger than one car spot are still just as relevant or more today. So just a few points. Parked cars should not dominate the historic side yards in the old historic district. It distracts from the character of the neighborhood and makes everyone sad. In the time since the HDC took significant effort to limit this to just one spot, multiple revisions, the reasons to not expand this further have only increased. In addition to the enlarged size of the house, which the applicant has expanded into the side yard with a massive addition, the applicant has also added a big new shed directly facing Main Street in plain view of anyone passing by, walking or driving. This Main Street side yard is now more crowded than it has ever been in the history of the property. The last thing it needs is to also have a weird, misshapen two-car parking lot in the yard when the HDC already specifically and clearly limited this to one spot. Additionally, applicant did not preserve any of the original foundation of the house, which is clear to anyone who walks along Main Street. And this is relevant and important because the rationale the HDC provided in approving that one-car spot in the yard was so that it would be less likely for there to be a car parked in front of the house, blocking the view of the character-defining foundation that we had spent so much time trying to get the applicant to preserve. So, if the applicant wants to rehash this, we would point out that there is no longer the HDC's rationale for approving any parking lot in the yard at all. The HDC's comments in March 2023 reflect that. By approving the new driveway, they're protecting the view from the street of the character-defining foundation. But now that that foundation has been destroyed, so is that rationale. Next, we all know there's no need for this driveway. The applicant voluntarily subdivided the lot, and we all know that you can very plainly see that there's an existing driveway and garage that could continue to be used at 126 Main Street, as it had for well over a century until this new complicated spec development. It simply makes no sense to give this historic house a brand new Main Street curb cut and driveway when it already has one it could use. There's no properties on Main Street with two curb cuts along on each side of the house. We're not sure why this applicant feels entitled to more parking spots on Main Street when so many others, including our family right next door and our lovely neighbors at several other Main Street homes, all share a driveway. There's no minimum required parking for this property, so all of this is unnecessary and would further alter a historic part of Main Street that the HDC already worked to preserve. Lastly, HDC already denied two spots When the application for this additional driveway was originally proposed, the applicant wanted a large curved driveway that would fit 2 cars. The HDC did not accept this, rightfully so. After multiple revisions and in-depth discussions, a 1-car parking space in this yard was approved. And as Commissioner Pohl said at the meeting in 2023, when this particular aspect of this complicated development was last discussed, 1 car is good, 0 is better. We couldn't agree more with that. In sum, we ask that you please don't change your decision when the plans have only gotten worse. The plans will create an overcrowded, inappropriate view from the street, further altering the streetscape that this applicant has already changed so much. We hope that you'll preserve Main Street and maintain its position on the application. Whatever goes in there will be perfectly visible from the street, no matter what it is.
Thank you. So subsequent speakers have a minute, I think is where we were with it. Yeah. And we have, let's see, Sarah, did you want to continue speaking on the topic?
I would just like to say that I agree with everything that the previous speaker said. I'm very confused by the plans. I don't understand what the plan on the left is supposed to show. The plan with the highlighting shows a much elongated retaining wall, and I don't have any details on what that retaining wall is, but it just feels as if this lot, which is small, is just being consumed by hardscaping. It's just not appropriate in the OHD to have this much hardscaping, retaining walls, parking, taking up the entire yard, particularly when you have a driveway right up against the structure on the easterly side. So I think you should stick with your original decision and not allow this extension. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you do allow it, you should have better plans that show exactly what's going to happen, because these plans will allow for all kinds of mischief.
Mischief.
There are pictures in here
Linda,
too.
please hold your, thank you.
Do we
Hold
get a
your
rebuttal?
comments, Linda, please.
Do I get a final
Mickey?
comment
Yeah.
at some point?
You're gonna get a comment at the
Fine.
end. Rest assured that we will be addressing the fact that the plans and the narrative don't align, and there are other issues with them, but that will come up in commissioner discussion. Mickey, do you have a comment?
Yeah, so this is Mickey Rowland, representing
Jack,
the
as
Storage
usual.
Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. So I'm going on the assumption that the first driveway has already been approved, and
Yes.
that's correct. Okay, so this is just regarding this section below that. Linda mentioned that this is really just sort of for permitting to get the driveway. They're not really going to use the back section. It's going to look like grass, presumably. I wouldn't want to see a car there. It just seems very inappropriate to be parking on the lawn. Who knows what that might encourage elsewhere. But if there was some way that the applicant could do something or provide some mechanism to show the board or the public that this is not going to be used, really is not going to be used for parking ever, because that's not what we want. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, who would like to begin? Angus.
So a lot has been mentioned about the changes that have taken place on this property. And so the character and setting has been altered. And I think that this proposal would only make that worse. As Mickey mentioned, you don't want to have a car parked in the lawn. And I actually have personal experience with these reinforced lawn grass structures to be able to park cars on them. And they're extremely sensitive. And I've seen, in a relatively short amount of time, the whole area where they are turn brown or just, have a hard time growing. So I think that even just as they applied for material, puts to risk something, another thing with this site that will be certainly visible from the Main Street sidewalk. Thank you.
Thanks. Ray?
Yeah, I guess the gesture for the parking grid with the grass is good in concept. And I think the reality is, look, if that were my yard and I parked a car there and had to like back the other car out onto Main Street every single time I wanted to take the car that was parked on the grass strip and get it in and out, uh, that wouldn't work, particularly on Main Street. So I think the reality is that it's not going to get used. But to Mickey's point earlier, um, having some kind of an assurance, but I don't think that assurance is possible because the whole reason that we're reviewing this anyway is because the planning board is saying you need that extra parking space, and that's how they're getting it. So, you can't like put it in and then decide to put some bollards in that prevent people from going back there and parking. So, and yes, I think in a theoretical sense, if there was like a little Mini Cooper parked there all winter long, just to get it off the street, that would look extraordinarily odd. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I'm going to echo what Ray said. I am confused on how you would get out of that parking space. You'd have to, like Ray said, move the car behind it. And I don't think having a car parked on the lawn is appropriate. That's about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I would just stick to the original one driveway. I think it's too tempting to have something right there that possibly could be parked at, so I wouldn't, and I think the hardscaping to the left, the stepping stones, plus the new sort of secondary parking, it's just too much hardscaping.
Stepping stones to be removed.
Thanks, Linda. Anything else, Abby?
Are the stepping stones along the side of the house part of this application? Or are
They've
they
already been approved, but they'd be removed as part of this.
Well, I think they're also inappropriate, so.
They're already approved.
They're inappropriate in the location they are, and
Yes.
that's not the location they were approved. So, fine distinction there, but definitely worthy calling out. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, so my thoughts are, I guess, a few. If there's gonna be parking there, then I don't think it should be visible, but I don't think the support structure under the grass is viable. If there is a car parked there, it's going to be problematic with the grass and it's going to look odd, and therefore I think that's more like a cobblestone spread out strips under the tires, but not so much that it looks like tracks. It's just something that gets absorbed into the grass and you don't really see it so much. There's various instances of that around. The support structure underneath, I think, is also minimally required, but I don't think it can be utilized as a parking surface. I have concerns about that approach. I'm saying if there's parking there, that's, I think, a viable solution. I'm not, if it's occasional parking. If it's never parking, even better. However, I don't support the concept of having parking there. I think it overburdens the lot. I'm not concerned about extending the retaining wall to that area, given the informal nature of the field stone, the lack of any significant height. It looks to be less than 18 inches. If that were a more sophisticated material in terms of, or complex with respect to the pattern or density or other things, I would have a concern, or if it was a taller height. The parking area in the front, I don't believe should be altered from what was originally approved, which I believe was 2 strips and grass. And what's included in the drawing here is a brick apron, which we understand to be the case because there's a sidewalk there. And then a brick driveway with a cobblestone center. I'm not, I mean, I don't know that, I don't think it's appropriate given the other work that's already going on there. And I don't think it's appropriate if we're looking at an informal parking area to be used occasionally. I think it should be an extension of the concept of strips and by having some materials almost as if it was just in the yard space with the grass growing over it. You won't actually even see it very well, and that might be doable. But this plan is not appropriate. It's not appropriate if it isn't identifying specifically what is being proposed, and there seemed to be a difference in the narrative of what is being proposed and what's on the drawing. So what I believe we need is to hold for revisions. We need it to be clear specifically what is being proposed when you return. And I would ask that you take into consideration, I want to just do a round from the membership on the driveway in the front, because I don't want to lose sight of that due to the fact that we're discussing this not really there, but it's there. It's not supposed to be used, but it is statutorily required driveway parking space. So on the front parking area, are there concerns, or does anyone have a concern with proposed brick driveway with a cobblestone center? If not, you don't, that's fine. I just want to identify if we have an issue other than one person having identified it.
I had a question about those stepping stones right next to the house. Is that part of that?
They're going to be,
We'll
these
clarify that.
were, yes, these stones here?
Yes.
Yeah, so the stones that extend on an angle away from Main Street and are adjacent to the right side of the structure, and they go from the end of the primary driveway towards the existing shed are proposed. Holly, were they part of the original
Yeah.
approval in that configuration?
Straight, but not
Linda,
angled.
please, thank you.
So within my staff comments are which includes the stepping stones that you're referring to, which are different than what's up here.
Right, so they were perpendicular to Main, more or less perpendicular to Main Street prior to this.
Because I'm not in favor of this stepping stones.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, you have a speaker at the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, that's good. I was just going to mention that Holly's comments
Name?
Stephanie Bradford, 128 Main.
Good evening.
I just thought the staff comments that showed the actual approved plans were very helpful, because it shows that this is not only a revision to what was the approved one-spot driveway, but it's also a revision to the approved hardscape, and I think they should be heard together. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, that's a good point. Holly, thank you. What do we want to do, folks? I'd like to give clear direction so we're not having a 3 meeting on a driveway.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions, but what we want to see is what the original approval was for the hardscaping, a plan that shows what it is now and what is proposed. So there are 3 plans that we would want to be comparing in the next meeting.
And on that motion, Angus, I'd like to add, if I may, 3 legible site plans side by side on one sheet, so we can zoom in and out on a PDF. And please take into consideration the points we made, Linda, and we'll go from there, okay? On Angus' motion for additional information revisions, specifically 3 site plans, prior approval, existing prior approval, and proposed, all on one sheet. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Oof,
Exactly.
these half-hour driveways are gonna kill us. Okay, we are gonna move on to 170 Cliff Road, Guest House. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening.
When you're ready. Your board is the same board as we just had.
Okay, so we have a secondary dwelling at 170 Cliff Road that we're proposing. It is to be located behind the main dwelling that exists, as well as the existing garage apartment that already exists. So on the first sheet, C 1.1, you can see at the bottom, there's 3 photos that show the extent of visibility from the road. Wait till we get there.
Anything else?
Well, I wanted you to see those. But then in terms of design, it's, you know, it's a secondary dwelling. It's much shorter than the house at 23'7", whereas the house itself is close to 30 feet. The garage apartment is more than 25 feet. So it's in keeping with the other buildings on the site. Sorry, C 1.1, so we want to go up. In keeping with the other buildings on the site. And again, visibility is going to be fairly limited from the road, as you can see in the bottom left images.
Okay.
And I think they're going to want to see the,
Any questions for Doug? Who would like to begin with concerns? If any.
I'm happy to start. It was on my consent list, and I didn't put it on consent. And I believe that the concern was about what would be possibly visible from Cliff Road. And there was something that wasn't following the guidelines, and it's been a while, so I just want to take a look. Oh, yeah, you can see the profile in the south elevation of the dormer that isn't following the guidelines, which should be a foot back from the mass below it, and it looks to be at least a foot forward of it out onto the porch, which also creates in the west elevation, which would be what you would be seeing from Cliff Road if you're headed into town, is the shingle space below the windows. So if that pushes back into the main gable far as it should, following the guidelines, the roof would tuck right underneath the sills probably. So I think that was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray.
Well, that's a good point. Doug, why is it like that?
It's just trying to get larger bathrooms on the second floor, really. And we could actually, if we infilled the void below that on the south and the north elevation, so that it looks like there's
Yeah, I mean,
solid.
do you have a ground
either end,
coverage
then
issue?
I don't think you would notice it. Sorry,
Do you have a
what?
ground coverage issue?
No, that's actually going to be a screen porch, which I probably should have shown.
Okay, because, yeah, like, why don't you simply just make the building wider so that it lines up the way the other side does?
Yeah, I mean, we could make it larger. It just, we didn't need the program on the first floor, so it's really just.
Yeah, I agree with Angus too on this idea that you now have all this shingle space underneath the windows, and I mean, it would be so perfect if you just moved it back to where the break point is between the regular roof and the shed roof. That's it for me. Oh, one other thing. What is the colors?
It's to match existing, which is white and white.
Yeah, so does the existing house have this sort of curvilinear?
It does, yeah.
It does. Okay, so that's not going to look out of place with everything. Okay, I'm fine. I mean, other than what I just said. Thank you.
Connie?
Yeah, if that minor adjustment could be made, I'm okay with it too.
Abby?
Yeah, I think the dormer should be pushed back into the roof so it doesn't come out onto the porch. I think that looks kind of inappropriate. And I was just wondering if the pitch of the roof on this matched the main house.
It
So
does.
that it does. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Doug, I agree with the comments. I do want to point something out I think is important to address. I realize limited visibility, but if you make a modification to this to make the building wider, there's two options really. One is going to be to make it wider and it will raise the plate height. The other is to have the broke back. If you take that porch beam fascia and you lower it, you can lower the broke back to you can move the broke back to flush with the extended wider first floor and not change any other element of the profile of the proposed existing garage with respect to height or anything else. You basically will just extend the left side gable on the south elevation down, and it will reach into it will hit the broke back at the corner of the dormer or just beyond it, and the beam fascia of the porch could be lowered. And if you look at the west elevation, you've got plenty of room for that over the doors. Obviously, we know the doors and that beam fascia don't actually relate directly, but visually, you've got room to manipulate that. And I want to point that out because I think it would be detrimental to the final product in terms of an approval if you went the other way.
Yeah, we can figure out something to tweak it
Okay.
to make it better.
All right, so can we get, do we want to
Hold for
get a
revisions.
motion to hold for those revisions?
So moved.
All right, Abby on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks. 88 Goldfinch, Karen? Good evening.
So, it's a solar install in Noshawk. We have, there's several other buildings in Noshawk with solar. It was approved by the Noshawk HOA. None of the roof plans are visible from Goldfinch or any road. It's all in the back on dormers and the back roof. And it's even hard to see when you're in their backyard because it's up so high. So there's no visibility whatsoever, and they're going to re-roof before we put the solar on, and they've agreed to dark charcoal black reshingling.
Okay, questions, concerns?
I wish Val were here to know why it wasn't put on consent if it can't be seen and the solar's on the back. Yeah,
Okay, well,
so I don't have any concern.
okay. Anyone else?
I'm fine.
So this would be an approval subject to it's limited to no visibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I just think it'd be I'd suggest that might be wise for us
Is,
to.
sorry, so it's, Karen, did you prove that you can't see this from behind?
No,
You,
you can't see it from behind.
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I do have actually, what did she say here?
Val's comments.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's in a body of an email.
I'm not at, well,
Never
you're-
mind.
Okay, I just want to clarify, guys, our guidelines is not that it's not visible from the rear, it's that it's not on the front of a house and visible from the street. Not to be contrary, but just to clarify the guideline. Okay, so we have, it seems like a majority in favor based upon a finding that there is, in addition to being appropriate, it's limited to no visibility. Is there a motion?
Move to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carrie, are you out there?
I am.
Would you like to do a couple?
Sure.
Okay, why don't we do, Connie, you cool with her doing the next three? Okay. So we're gonna have you do the next three, then we're gonna go back to Connie for three, and then we'll
Okay.
kind of go from there. Okay, 3 Hickory Meadow. Lindsay, did I see you? Good evening. Oh, we got one to sign here, folks. Woo-hoo! let's keep them rolling. When you're ready.
All right, just doing an entry gate, granite post, cedar, 6 feet tall. You guys approved one similar, on 94 Tom Nevers that we had brought through before, similar gate. Also one on Bishop's.
Okay.
Natural weather.
Anything else?
No. Pretty simple.
Concerns?
Nope.
This was, let's see, this was Ray's. Ray, did you want to comment on it?
Well, there are certain things that are unclear to me. Like, so when I look at this drawing, am I looking at am I looking at the back of it? B, am I looking at wide boards with narrow spaces or narrow boards with very wide spaces?
They're wider boards.
Okay,
Use
it's
it to
almost
kind of help
opaque.
prevent-
And,
What's that?
and this to me looks like the back where the structure is. So,
Yeah, so you're right. So you wouldn't see the back part.
right.
Those
Well,
cross beams,
no,
those
so
would
the
be on the other
elevation
side.
of the gate, Lindsay, just to be clear, like if we were to look at the quote unquote front of this gate, what we would see is wide boards.
Correct.
That's it, right?
Yep.
And are there photos?
I believe.
I mean, photos of precedent or what?
Oh, no, no, wait, she did do narrow boards. Those are narrower.
Oops. So narrow boards, we will see the cross
Yes,
piece.
okay, all right, yeah, okay. I gotta say personally, I'm seriously not a fan of that lower right-hand gate that just came up, like, it looks like it's in Connecticut, not Nantucket, particularly the big posts. So I'd love to see this kind of simplified, particularly back there on Hickory Meadow.
So wider boards.
Well, yeah, and I was liking the idea that, you have your structure. It's like most doors, you don't look at the Z-brace holding it together. You look at the finished boards just running across, Lindsay, these are just like suggestions of mine.
Just while we're on that topic, Ray, because I'm hoping to bring this to a quick conclusion.
Yeah.
Simplifying the post and perhaps them being 3/4 of the width and depth that they are.
The
posts?
posts.
Oh,
not the-
hold on,
Sorry.
hold on. The posts are what, Lindsay?
They're
Granite?
granite posts. So if you scroll up,
Okay.
Yeah, the one on
There.
the left.
they're granite posts.
Can we scroll up just a little bit?
Yeah.
And those are the correct proportions?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Does anyone have concerns with Ray's comments? Because I think that's an Exhibit A.
Yes, what is the end size of the boards going across in inches?
I mean, it sounds like, Ray, you might want them to be wider.
Yeah, like I would do a, reversal of this where the open space is where the boards are right now. If you want to even call them boards, they're more like strips of lath.
Yep. And
So-
then put the structure on the back.
Yeah, so with it, what an
Yeah.
Exhibit A would look like if people are amenable is that this would be labeled back of gate. The wide portions, horizontal bands would be labeled boards. And that would be the Exhibit A.
Can I make a suggestion as well, or have a comment?
Please, yeah.
Thank you. I'm just suggesting to keep it within the setback or get it out of the setback on the property.
Yep.
Get it onto the setback.
No, get it out of the setback. So push it towards the house a little further so the granite posts are not in the setback.
Gotcha. Do you
Look
get,
at the site plan, you can see it's in the setback.
yeah, let's give a dimension to
We
that.
put it on the property line.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
push it back to the setback line.
Yes. So Carrie, you're good with pushing it back to the setback line?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone have a concern with any of that?
I do.
please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Ray brings up a really good point about what are we really looking at here in the drawing, because the gate photo number 4 shows the wide open spaces, which is more typically what we approve, albeit natural to weather. But I want to make sure that the drawing is what we're going off of and not the photo, because of the simpler granite posts and the openness of the gate. I wouldn't be in favor of there being wide boards. I don't know of a single situation where we have wide boards going across with little space in between. So I would have an issue with that.
I'll make it,
Middle
can I make a motion to hold for
No,
revi-
if we're not going to motion, I want to comment.
Okay.
I think that this is actually approvable, subject to natural to weather, reversed, and the bands being not only reversed front to back, but reversed with respect to materials. And I want to comment, we did a study, we did a really long, in-depth study on fences and gates back in 2018. Commissioner Emeritus John McLaughlin attended religiously. And John Hedden was with us back then. Tremendous amount of effort went into studying images of fences that the HCC would never approve, that are completely like horse and sheep paddock fences that had wide boards along streets on Main Street in the late 1800s and early 1900s. So my point is that what we found was that what we thought we were approving as historically correct was a misperception, and that it's an interesting walk along a fence and a gate to take a look at those pictures. So my comments are based upon that. I realize I'm in the minority, but I want to mention that. Abby, you want to make a motion?
Well, I was going to make a motion to just correct the drawings too, so we could approve it, but if that's not going to fly,
I think we have support to do an Exhibit A reversing I think there is support for reversal of the fence front to back and the materials and the spacing, subject to this being a red cedar natural to weather.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'd make that motion. I can't, and that should probably be an Exhibit A, but obviously I can't do the Exhibit A from here.
I guess I can do it,
All right. Well,
because I don't
so
think Angus is gonna.
do you want me to reiterate?
Sure, I'll
or-
do it.
Can you add in the setback line issue?
And the setback.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So do you want that to be my motion, Stephen?
I think that would be appropriate, given there's support for the vote.
could I
You want me
just?
to recap it?
1 second.
And Abby would like to discuss the gate a little bit longer, so she's
Sorry.
seconding the motion.
Yeah, I just want to know what is the width of them, because they look very wide
Why
to
don't
me.
we call it 8¼ inches actual, which is the nominal
Yeah,
let's
what
call
is
it a
the-
5/4 by 9. So it'll be a thick board, a little thicker, and so it's got a little substance, and it'll be 8¼ Ray, you want it to be smaller? Do you think a smaller width is appropriate?
Well, I think you're going to waste product doing that. So why don't we just call it 1/8, which are 7¼
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
there we go. So 1/8?
Yeah.
Natural weather. Move to the setback, reverse the materials, space, and orientation.
That's
And
my motion.
Abby, you're going to make it?
Yes.
Ray actually made it. Let's not
Okay.
confuse the minute makers. Ray, on your motion?
I,
Carrie?
Aye.
Having me confused is enough. Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Nay,
You're no?
I'm in.
For the record, Angus is no. That's with
But
the
I'm
French
happy to do
accent.
that.
No.
No.
And I'm a yes. Okay, so that's Exhibit A. We're moving on.
Do you want to do
I have news for you guys. I'm sorry to report that the arugula is run out. That has something to do with tariffs. And there will be mushrooms substituted, and your order should be delivered shortly. Okay. Next up, this wagon train that we have. Geez, can't even
it's,
focus. 28 Cato Lane, new dwelling.
No, 8 Cato Lane.
8, I
Yeah,
drew a
Jerry
line.
Durr is online. He wants to screen share the last,
Can you guys see me and hear me? Or
we
Yeah,
can hear.
And what's your name? I'm sorry.
my name is Jerry Durr. I'm from JWD Design.
Hi,
And-
Jerry.
Hi.
You've seen how we work. Can you just run with it? Show us the site plan, walk us through briefly through the elevations, and we'll take it from there.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you.
I'm joined by Rich Craddock as well of Ridgevale Development.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is a new dwelling at 8 Cato Lane. The property is right in this general vicinity. There's no demo, essentially. There's a trailer on site. So the new dwelling will be at 8 Cato Lane. There's a finished lower level, first floor, second floor, roof plan. The bottom of the page is the elevation that faces the street. It's a gable, a T-shaped gable, if you will, with several dormers on each elevation on the high roof and a few shed roofs on the lower roof. This is the front elevation that faces the street. We have the entrance here. This is the front-facing gable end of that T-shaped roof plan that we just looked at. We have board and batten on this particular elevation, which will be natural cedar to weather, natural white cedar shingles, and natural cedar roof shingles. And we'll have painted trim that'll be a Quaker gray. The windows will be black. As we turn to the right side of the house, again, you see the other end of that gable primary structure with shed roofs coming off on the lower portions of that wing. We have an areaway that goes down to the lower level here with a railing, a painted wood railing. The back of the house, we've done that same treatment with the board and batten on that same top of the T, so to speak, wing of the gable. And then the similar materials, the white cedar shingles, the red cedar roof, sliders off to the back. And that's the rear elevation. The side elevation, we have a mudroom entry here. And again, this is one of those one-story shed roofs that project from the main body of the house, both on the side, on the rear of the house. And those are the 4 elevations.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have with respect to the design or color or material.
All right, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, guys. Carrie, you're on this one. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Okay, please.
I think my first concern and my main concern is the siting of the house. It's quite a tall building, even with dormers, and it's right on the setback on the street side, and lot line to lot line as well, but it looks like a pretty sizable piece of property. So I'm not sure about the siting. I don't quite understand that. And I don't think the board and bat is really appropriate on this building either. I get it. It's sort of a farmhouse feel, but
Mhm.
it's, I don't think it's appropriate. Also a little bit concerned about the black windows in this neighborhood. There's a new building down the way a little bit, and it stands out like just, it just stands out not in an appropriate way. So I'm hoping the color of the sash might change to the gray. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Ray?
Okay, here's my list. Agree with what Carrie said, by the way. The board and batten as rendered is not good. This is probably the first time I've ever said this at an HCC meeting, but I think there are too many dormers. I think they need to be consolidated. I like the dormers, but I think there needs to be some consolidation just so that you don't have so many like little teeth poking up. That will give you more floor space, as I'm sure you know, on the second floor. Is this a modular?
No.
Then interestingly, if we look at this, this is one of my things. If we look at the distance between the first floor window heads and the second floor sills, we see a rather expansive amount of space, so which I'd like to see lessened, either by bringing the sills of the second floor down or the heads of the windows on the first floor up. And smaller thing, but I think that those two windows in the gable end on the west are wall-eyed. They should be coming in and not touching the rakes. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm happy to go.
Go ahead, please.
I've shared the concerns that have been mentioned, and overall, this area, the buildings are either low, or if they're taller, they're simpler. So to Ray's point of too many dormers is simplifying, reducing. So instead of 3, maybe 1 that's smaller, or 2. And also, I really agree with the sighting. This is way too close to the road. And likewise, that puts the stair down to the basement too close to the road. That should be pushed further back on the building, if not on the back of the building. Thank you.
Abby?
So I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Are there 2 buildings side by side? Yes?
Yes, this is 8 Cato Lane, then there's 10 Cato Lane right next door.
Okay. Well, just looking at the sort of the streetscape, I'd like to see, one forward of the other, so they're not just parallel to each other to the road. I think that would help this development of just 2 buildings, but still. And I'm not a big fan of the board and batten. So I agree with what's been said.
Thanks.
Okay.
I think that leaves me. Jerry, I agree with the comments that have been made. A little bit too large, a little bit too complicated, a little bit too dormery. And so we're going to need revisions, and I would suggest please go back and view the tape with a fine-tooth comb and pull majority consensus, and that'll make a quick approval the next time through, hopefully. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. On to 10 Cato Lane, and then we're gonna, take a break.
Okay. Thank you.
And feel free to share the screen.
Yeah. You can still see my screen, correct?
Yep.
No?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this might shed some light on 8 Cato Lane. They're kind of interrelated, but I understand that they're separate hearings. So this is 10 Cato Lane. Again, it's positioned in a similar fashion as 8 Cato Lane. Now, 8 Cato Lane comes diagonally across. I'm sorry, Cato Lane comes diagonally across the front of the homes. So theoretically, this is 10 Cato Lane. The setback continues down diagonally. So to answer one question, they will be offset from one another from the streetscape. 8 Cato Lane will be closer to the street than 10 Cato Lane. So you'll get that kind of modulation of the elevations as you go down Cato Lane. Now, 10 Cato Lane was previously approved on consent. And the reason we're here today is because we've made some revisions. We've had some program adjustments, and those adjustments had some minor impacts on the elevations. So that's just a little history of 10 Cato Lane, and also as 10 Cato Lane relates to 8 Cato Lane. Again, similar, these are identical plans and elevations as 8 Cato Lane with the same roof plan, same orientation of the dormers. And when we get into the elevations, what the listed changes are here on the left-hand side per each elevation. And what we've decided to do, because the buildings are next to one another, is we've mirrored the elevation of 10 Cato Lane from the previous submission. So in the upper left here is the previous submission. The larger elevation here to the right is the current submission with the bubble changes. So we have a mirrored elevation. We've removed the chimney, and then on the side entrance, the mudroom entry was in the foreground towards the street initially, and now it's I'm sorry, it was in the background towards the back of the house, and now it's in the foreground near the street where you can see the side entrance to the mudroom. So those are the changes to the front elevation. Now the right side elevation, again, it's been mirrored. Of the mirrored elevation, removal of the chimney. We have one window in this gabled dormer in lieu of the 2 windows in the previous submission.
Jerry, I
Yep.
don't mean to cut you off, but I think you've done a wonderful job with the bubbling, and it's pretty
Okay.
clear what the modifications are now. We have the structural understanding that this was a prior approval and it's a mirrored image.
Gotcha.
So unless there's something else you'd want to share, I'd say we'll probably jump right into this.
Yeah. One of the things that we did was we decided to go with the board and batten on 8 Cato Lane to help separate the visual appearance of 8 Cato Lane and 10 Cato Lane, which is the primary reason for that.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
You're welcome.
That was for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, I'm a little surprised that this was approved on consent, given our comments on the last nearly identical proposal. So all of my comments and concerns, like, not only would be the same for 8 as I had on 8, but exacerbated by the fact that we now have like these 2 buildings that are sort of mirror images of each other, next to each other on the street. I find that to be like seriously odd. So even though it was approved and, theoretically we're only voting on the pieces of this that were approved, I mean, now that I'm aware that this is more or less what's going on the neighboring lot, I might actually have more comments on 8 to differentiate it, because the board and batten thing wasn't really working, I don't think, to differentiate. And I'm not sure also that the mirror image thing is going to help, because you're going to be aware that it's almost like sticking a mirror next to one of these buildings and seeing its twin in the mirror. Thanks, that's it for me.
Thanks, Frank. And you're not suggesting that they're handsome twins either.
Well, they can be. I mean, I've seen, I think that general massing with some tweaking is good, but the whole idea of there being like these two buildings that are, from a massing standpoint, identical, mirroring each other, I think is troubling. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking up at the screen of what's proposed, and I'm looking at 8, which we just held for revisions, and except for the vertical boarding, they're identical. So whether it's mirrored or not, I think having two virtually identical buildings next to each other isn't appropriate, and all of the concerns that I had before are exactly the same with this proposal. And I think as much as things need to be simplified, the things that are making more sense in the previous plan, like the chimney, the fenestration, it just seems like it gets too simplified on that. I guess it would be the south elevation, the lower elevation. That's a lot of shingle area. But the rest of my concerns are the same as number 8.
Thanks. Abby?
I'm not having so much trouble with the architecture, but having two identical architectures, I think is not going with the streetscape of Cato Lane. There's such a variety out there to suddenly have two identical on the same plane. Like I said, I'm not opposed to the architecture, but 2 in a row is, it's just too odd for that area. Thank you.
Thanks. Carrie?
Yeah, I totally agree with the others. There's no hierarchy of massing in either one of these buildings. They're the same height, the same everything, and I think that's a disservice to the neighborhood, because a lot of the neighborhood are one-story buildings on top of it. So we don't have any one-story massing except for these shed roofs. So I think if this one's already approved, then it has to be the other one that's really got to be thought about to not have a wall of the same buildings next door to each other. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. My comments are, yeah, I'm kind of surprised it was approved on consent. I hope it wasn't me. I certainly want to learn from my
Mr. Chair,
mistakes.
I don't, I'd have to go back in the office tomorrow and look. It doesn't, I think there's a little miscommunication on that. I don't believe it was.
Okay.
I don't remember, I don't
Okay,
think it.
so we're going to get clarification on
we
that
will.
topic. Thank you. That's helpful. Jerry, we'll deal with it offline, and we'll have a report back when we review them again, so it's clear for everyone. We don't, we're at the tail end of it.
It's my understanding it was Val Oliver.
Pardon me?
It's my understanding it was Val Oliver.
Okay, well, as I said, we're going to address it offline, and then we'll have a report back to the commission. We'll go from there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I think the message is the same, is that together too much for the reasons stated, which I concur with. And if it was previously approved, I don't think the changes make this any more objectionable for the area. And I think what we'd like to do is hold this and look at it have this track with 8, and we'll get a clarification from staff on the status of the approval, and kind of go from there. Is everyone comfortable with that?
In addition, it would be helpful to see a site plan that shows both houses as they relate to each other on the site plan.
Site plan or elevations?
Site plan. Well, elevation too would be helpful.
I think it's showing, I thought I saw a site plan with both of them, maybe not.
Yeah.
Jerry, so we're going to have additional information, which is a site plan showing both footprints,
Sure.
With the roof planes, a streetscape, and we'll get clarification from staff and revisions to this'll track number 8.
And how the siting works with driveways and access, it's so generic, I can't really tell what's what. And maybe,
Okay.
I don't even know what the setback is there. Is it 20 feet? Is it 30 feet? Is it 10 feet? You've got it drawn but not labeled.
So Jerry, you catching all that?
Yes.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
That's that fine tooth comb that you'll be sieving through this with.
So that's my motion.
Excellent, thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus? Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Great. Thank you, folks.
God bless you.
Well, I was trying to get through that before so we'll be back here at 5:50. Excuse me.
Good evening, members of the board.
Good evening, Tobias. How are we?
I'm proposing to put a 80-foot water tower on this parcel located at 2 Lincoln Ave.
They're really trying to expand our minds so then you can just come back with this little tiny solar roof.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
That's the objection.
Okay, so
The
2 Lincoln
objective.
Street, solar roof. Tobias has switched from water-driven energy to solar. And we have sconce comments. Does anyone have any questions for Tobias? How about concerns?
Yeah,
It'll
just the
be-
corner lots are tough, because there really isn't a back. But, yeah, I'm just, like, I guess it really does sort of read as as New Street being the front, right? Is that new? And so, yeah, it's a little tough with, I'm just thinking about photo C. But those are just up on the dormer, right? It's up at a
Yeah,
high angle and it's shallow.
Yep, that's the idea. Just like other things, the board has approved, just down the street here on Fairgrounds, it's much more visible. It's high up, it's on a hill, it's a black roof, it's on the dormer. It's not on the main mass of the structure. There is a large amount of, there's definitely trees and screening. The front door is almost 10 feet above the street level.
Yeah, due to the angle, I'm all right with this.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I went back, I don't know, was this on my consent?
It was
No,
on.
no, JP. No, I guess I was just looking at it. Yeah, I mean, initially, I was like, yeah, okay. But then I realized, yeah, is it going to impact New Street? And then I kind of to the conclusion that maybe with one tree that would disguise it from that corner. Yeah, I agree, corner lots are tough. But it's up there on the dormer. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. I think one tree somewhere would mitigate any sort of view from New Street. I'm not so concerned about Lincoln.
Okay. Connie?
Roof color is black,
It's charcoal black.
charcoal, yeah.
I don't
I'm
know
okay
that
with
black
this.
exists on Nantucket, so I always just say charcoal.
I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Ray?
I'm good. And I'll just say why. They're on the dormers on a black roof.
Okay. I would be okay with, there is a tree on the left corner. It's a little young, but it is what it is. And then there's another one interspersed closer to the driveway. My thoughts are that this would be approvable as a test case based upon individual circumstances on the site. And for the record, that would include the height above New Street and the effect on the visibility of the dormer roof plane. So those are my thoughts, but I would suggest that if we approve this, that we put it as a test case based upon site conditions.
I'll make the motion to approve as submitted with the understanding that it's a test case with, due to the elevation of the house off the street above it. And was there any consensus about screening with a tree on the southeast corner of the lot?
It appears that there is a tree right here. It didn't show on the siding. It doesn't show on the site plan, but.
So that's my motion.
Okay, excellent, thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Stephen, just to be clear, was there a motion for a tree or not a tree?
no tree.
No tree.
Well, the
okay.
tree that exists, so
Yeah,
just
yeah,
put
they
some
just
miracle grow on
planted
that
it.
thing.
I will work on
Judicious,
growing trees
judicious
faster.
applications. Okay, we're on to, just like that, guys, we're on to August 26th. It's amazing. And we're gonna start, we're entering the lightning round for the next 30 applications. 35 Pleasant Street revision, and Ethan is here. Good evening, Ethan.
Good evening, Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. So this is a proposed addition and change to the roof for about a 1940s cottage that exists on the site. Essentially, we are maintaining the plate, but reframing the roof and adding an addition with a bathroom and a little office space to the north. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Questions for Ethan? Okay. Are there any abutters? Mickey, you guys got anything on this?
Yeah, it's not terribly visible back in the back of the property, but we do kind of wish that the roof was lower. I know that there's the 12 pitch facing toward Pleasant Street. Maybe that could be dropped a little bit to reduce that ridge, and that would bring the massing down a little bit. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to begin? Concerns? Ray?
I actually think it's a pretty charming building.
Great.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any concerns? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to.
Well, Angus,
approve.
I'm sorry, Ray. Angus, you had this on your consent list. What do you want to share something with us? Or you're good?
So my issue was with the, I mean, I appreciate the buildings being used, but a lot's changing here, the fenestration and the roof orientation. And so because so much was changing about this, I've felt obligated to save it for the board review. And those are my concerns.
Thank you. Do we have a motion, Ray?
Yeah, my motion is to approve as submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Nay.
And for the record, Angus is a no. I'm an aye, yes. All set, Ethan?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's 6 PM. You wanted to be reminded about.
It's 6 PM, folks, so we're gonna roll back the clock, pick up 43 Union Streets, two applications that were moved to consent, and 75
Yeah, fairgrounds.
75 Fairgrounds also moved to consent. That was consent with conditions, a pool, not to be visible time inspection or thereafter. Can we have a motion, same board, to approve those two consent and the single consent with conditioned item
So moved.
on your motion?
Aye.
Ray?
I'm sorry, I was not on consent. Does that
Yeah,
matter?
that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
Does not matter. You're good to go.
Okay, then, aye. Sorry.
Thank you. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, those are dispensed with. Three more cleared. 46 Hooper Farm Road, new dwelling. Chris? Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Chris Megna for the applicant. Okay, so 46 Hooper Farm is a new structure that's going on it. There's an existing structure that currently sits on it, which will remain. And we're basically putting a new quote-unquote primary dwelling that's going to go in the back, as located on the site plan that you're looking at right there. It's going to be kind of behind the existing structure. In regards to architecture, the general lot supports over 3,500 square feet of ground coverage. I think we're just about 3,885 for ground coverage. With this new structure, be at 2,266. The ground coverage of the existing dwelling is 1,293 square feet. Overall structure is 2,300 square feet. House length is 38 feet. I dropped the eave line of the second floor to keep the height as low as I can. So it's under 28 feet on the ridge line. The new building will have black windows, gray trim. And just as a side note to that, the existing structure will eventually have their windows replaced coming up here soon. So they're gonna match whatever ends up getting approved on this one. And then the roof shingle is gonna be an architectural charcoal gray on there as well. I did think it's probably appropriate to start off here, besides obviously the architectural aspect of it. One of the things we tried to mimic, and Kathy, if you don't, or is mine scrolling down? Oh, I'm sorry, Fiona. Just on some of the neighboring photos, and I just also wanted to clarify something because there was a couple letters from the abutters that I just also want to clear up. So the top picture, actually on the picture, so that's right behind the new structure. We did try, that's a 2.5-story massing, it's a garage. We did try to complement some of that architecture with the shed roof off the back, kind of tried to bring that into the new dwelling on that end of it. And then I'm going to get back to that next photo in 1 second of 1A Brenda Lane, as I think I've been corrected on. And then if you kind of scroll down a little bit more on those photos, the neighboring photos, that's 2 Brenda, which is the neighboring property on the other side on Hull. That's a 2.5-story structure with a nice cape massing on the side of it as well. And then I want to ignore that next photo too, because the reason I say that is there was a letter, there were some concerns from the neighbors, and a letter that was given to us. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to address that.
I think we can hold on that, Chris.
Okay, sounds great, Stephen.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, let's go with the architecture and
Okay, great.
see how that speaks for itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the board on this is going to be the regular members and Carrie.
This was on my list, Stephen, just so you know.
Yeah, I saw that, so I figured I'd jump you in, and then I'll have you guys alternate for a few. We'll see how that goes. You ladies, why don't you start?
Yeah, my concern was that it comes across as a very large building tucked behind a small building, and it seemed crammed in there. That's a neighborhood of different scale houses, but this one seems like the placement of it was really odd and made it stand out in a not positive way. And as I appreciate Chris's use of a shed mass, I think centered like that and with those big doors and then all the little tiny windows above, doesn't read so well. And I would think that it would shift off to one side maybe and have some full scale windows up there. That's pretty much my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Yeah, I agree with that about the siding and the scale. The only other thing that stood out were the windows underneath the eave that appear more horizontal than vertical, which is atypical. That's all. Thank you.
Abby?
Yeah, it looks very generic to me, and which is the building that is already on the site? Is there a photograph of that?
There is, yeah.
Which one is that? Is the one on Brenda?
Yeah, so that's part of, I think, some of the clarification with this too is there is an existing driveway on Hooper Farm that is, my understanding is basically getting dissolved and the easement's going to go away for that. I'm like 99% on that. And then there's going to be a new curb cut on Brenda. So that was part of it too. So, it's a Hooper Farm address. It's about 110 feet off of Hooper Farm. But, understood, it's going to be access from Brenda. But if you, Fiona, if you don't mind scrolling down a little bit more, because that's what's in back of the structure, and then a little bit more, I'm so sorry. Right there you go. So
That's
again, yeah, that's the existing, and again, that's what we're trying to do with the sheds, and understood the comments on that, but.
Okay.
Thank
so,
you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was, so I agree with Carrie. I'm not sure if this architecture fits into this neighborhood, and that's really what we're here for, just to make things appropriate. So, to me, it looks, as I said, generic, and I would like it to fit into the neighborhood a little bit more. So, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
I agree with everything that's been said, particularly Carrie's comments and her ideas about how perhaps to change it, like the shed being in the middle with the doors in the middle. I think Angus said about the, excuse me, the horizontally formatted four lights that are running along that one side. But yeah, so that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Chris, I'm of the mind that, one, your fenestration is undersized slightly. Two, what's the ceiling height on the first and second floor? Is it 8'6"?
First floor is 8'6", second is actually, the eve line is 7'6", and then we go up to 8 feet from there.
So I'm thinking take 6 inches out of the second floor at the plate height, take a foot out of the first floor, and you may, to my mind, get away with not having to take a foot out of the depth from front to back. It will dramatically change the perception of this structure, I think much more in keeping with what's in the general area, and not just what's in the general area, but being in that hood myself, the improvements that are going on. That will also allow you to drop the covered porch roof, and it will look more appropriate and typical. Now it's just kind of swimming in a sea of shingle above it. I think those height changes, personally, I would like to see that revision regardless of whatever else you do to satisfy other comments. And I think it could be very helpful in terms of having that approved.
Okay.
And I do think if you could get a foot out of the front to back, it's going to be better too. It's going to change the perception of this dramatically.
Yeah, for sure, we can do that. And I have no issue dropping this more to like a, more of like a high post cape, just doing shed dormer, like an 812 and then an 812 and a 512 pitch, just to kind of help bring the height down.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I support those comments too, the idea of the dormers, changes in the fenestration and so on and so forth. So can we get a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
All on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. We're going to move on to 8 Golfview. Yeah. Were you here for the property we just discussed? Yes. Oh, geez, I wish I'd known that. They'll be available on the town's website through the HDC agenda page. If you have a question on how to access that, touch base with staff at PLUS, Planning and Land Use Services, and any one of them can give you an idea on how you access that. Okay. Just the timeframe? It's going to depend on, I think the applicant's agent and the applicant probably want to get moving on production, so they're going to get it in as quickly as they can. But we have no way of knowing when that would be, because, okay?
Yeah, Mr. Shepherd, just reach out to me tomorrow. I can explain it more. Okay, yeah, Kathy.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Touch base with Kathy, okay? All right. And next time, if you want to speak, just, yeah, or just put a hand up, that's fine. It's fine, no wrong, I just want to mention, so you know.
All right, we just wanted time to review it.
Sure,
Great.
fair enough. Have a good evening. Okay, now we're on to 8 Golfview, new dwelling.
Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. Apologies, actually the drawings that are referenced as previously approved on this are not the most currently approved drawings. We sort of got leapfrogged because the current approvals just got approved on staff. So the only thing that this application is here for is to essentially drop the eaves to create the dormers. So and I do apologize, it is a little confusing. And I've got hard copies of the HCC approval here, but which is probably why this didn't go on consent. But again, the only thing that technically this application is for is going from 2-story massing to 1 3/4 and 1.5 stories, and consequently lowering the ridge height.
You got my,
Ray?
you got my vote. That was addressed to Ethan. I mean, kind of no brainer, right?
Yeah, no, looks good. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No.
Connie, you're on this one?
No concerns.
No concerns? Yep, okay.
It was on my
Motion.
consents, and I,
Abby?
no, I appreciate the changes. It was on my consents, and I thought it was too large. Now it's been reduced, so I'm
Would you
fine.
like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Oh, look at that. Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
So I can't
Thank
seem
you.
to bring it
Just
up.
like lightning, we're on to 17 Ranger Road. Robbie, let's keep it going. Let's see, Carrie will be on this one. When you're ready.
Okay, so this is on Ranger Road. It's quite far back from Eel Point Road. You can see that on the locust map. And we have approval for a covered front porch
Mine's forbidden.
and to change out the windows. I think they're a bunch of old 6/6s or something like that. But anyway, we have approval for 1/1s, or 2/2s, excuse me. And we have a couple of modifications to those. We have some doors that they want to change back to windows. And along with that, they would like to change the color from natural to weather to white trim. The trim, all the trim is rotten, and they have a little maintenance factor coming at them, so. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, that's the nutshell. Who would like to begin?
I'm fine with all these changes.
Excellent. Angus?
So I think this was on my consent, and I brought it in for board review just because of the, yeah, I would think most of it I was fine with. There was something that, yeah, might have to come back to me in a minute.
Okay. Abby, any concerns?
Well, I'm just looking at the left-hand mass, where there's a deck, and it looks maybe screened-in porches. I don't quite understand. Is that a dormer, or what is that?
That's a funny dormer that's set back in that gabled form. So when you look at the elevation, the east elevation, I suppose, is the one on the bottom left. You don't even see that dormer. It's below the chimney, that triangular form on the end. So that set of windows is set back in that gable form.
How come it doesn't show on the north?
It's a negative space.
Yeah.
So it actually,
Oh, I see. It goes into the roof?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That is odd.
Prior existing. Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor this. I think we need a motion.
I think, if I may, I think my issue was the muttonless French doors and the color. The photographs are showing it in this rural setting, and the paint seems to fit in much better than then white would pop out. So those, I think, was why I held it. But it looks like there's a motion in progress, maybe.
I think,
Somebody-
given its location and visibility, it seems to be people are okay with it. So I'd be looking to get a determination via a motion.
I'll motion to approve as submitted. I recall on the original application that that whole front, first floor elevation was really talked about not being visible. So anyway, sorry, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Robbie, we're gonna move on to 7 Delaney.
Okay.
And your board will be regular members and Connie. Connie, you'll sit for all these as per our typical practice. Oh, it feels good to be signing these, knowing they're not coming back. When you're ready, Robbie.
Okay, I don't have the, what's up first? Is it the?
Move off demo.
Okay, so this is, I think a mid-1960s build. It's a ranch. It goes from coast to coast across the lot, which is, I believe, close to 80 feet. I can't see it. I'm getting younger. But anyway, the existing ranch house is, has a 2-car garage on one end and, of course, the rest of the living unit on the left. Goes from setback to setback, so it's a little bit difficult for the people to get into the backyard and maintain it. So we want to shorten up the new design, get some access to the backyard, and update their living conditions. So we
Okay.
would like to move this or have it removed.
Any concerns with this?
I'm happy to go first.
Go ahead.
So the mid-century ranch is a endangered structure on the island, and we're removing them more and more. And so my concern is that it's a contributing resource, and I understand wanting to do something different on the lot, but it is a resource that I don't think should be lost. So I would be in favor of a move, but not a demo.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Connie? Okay. Let's see, Abby?
Technical difficulty here. But I agree with Angus that these mid-century ranches are disappearing and, yeah, move, I would be more in favor of a move.
Okay. I think that leaves Ray.
First, Connie's mic is off.
Yep.
Okay. Listen, I love ranch houses. I agree that they're disappearing, but I think we have to get some sort of a consistent policy with regard to, the things that, what the requirements are to prohibit a demo. So I'm gonna punt in this case and say that at the moment I'll be in favor of a move off, but not a demo. But I do think this is a larger issue that we really kind of, need to figure out. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. So the Ranch Preservation District along Hooper Farm never actually made it.
Well, yeah, there's that, and my office is over on Gold Star, which is
Yeah.
and do I love that area? The reason I did my office there is because I love those ranch houses. Now, John Rafe did a fabulous job of adding on to one, if, for those of you that haven't seen it, it still maintains that character and scale. But I think that, we have to grapple with this issue if it's going to be, something that continues to come up, and it will be, by the way. So I think it's worthy of a larger discussion. Thank you.
Sounds like we have a volunteer to spearhead the effort.
I thought I already had.
No, there's a lot more lift in there, my friend.
Okay, all right.
And the other part of that question is, where do old ranches go to rest?
Right.
I agree.
Across the street.
I don't disagree with Ray's sentiment. I think and the others, I think it's an important resource. I do believe it'd be beneficial if there were concepts put in, initiated that allowed for incentives to use the ranches by allowing other, maybe numbers of dwellings or other things, so that there is an incentive to actually do it, versus it being a penalization. No one will buy them.
Can I add?
Oh, no, you can hold 1 second, please. So I'm of the mind that this could be a move off and come back to us if there's a problem with the move off aspect of it. Abby, you want to continue?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Delaney, the original houses on Delaney were one-story houses, and maybe there was a story and a half, but they've been changing so fast that the streetscape is changing. So this is actually appropriate for Delaney now still, but, that's why it's so hard to make this judgment.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the last threads of the historical character and setting there. But would it be fair to penalize someone who's the last?
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion for a move off and no prejudice on the demo at this point. I don't anticipate. And who's going to make that motion?
I will.
On your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. New dwelling. Same board.
Yeah, why don't we start with the site plan? That's as good as any. So I appreciate all the comments about the ranch style and so forth. So that was part of our concept, was to start with a single, one level transition from the front form and build that up to the two-story structure so that we can accommodate the owner's program. We've taken, 20-some feet to 30 feet of length off of the building so that it's not as, it doesn't fill up the front streetscape as much as the ranch did or does now. And you can see the elevation is that faces the street, top elevation. The side view faces north, which faces the northern neighbor. You can scroll to the next. The glass is all towards the back. At the owner's request, they wanted to get as much glass into the back so that they could open up their living space into that backyard, which is quite private and concealed. It has heavy vegetation on two sides of the backyard, along with at least 5-in-1 fences on the southerly neighbor and the neighbor to the east. So the neighbor to the northern side is, we're proposing a 6-foot board fence with more vegetation to help screen in the backyard. So that's our concept.
Okay, great. Ray?
Can I go back to the front elevation, which would be the west? Got a question for you.
Okay.
You know, generally this is okay, but I'm feeling like the front of the house is needlessly complicated. Is there any reason that you're not doing just sheds? Is there a reason that there's these dormers, gable dormers like this with the connecting shed?
No, we could accommodate sheds on there. I just thought it would be too long and linear. I thought maybe it needed a little bit of vertical motion on the front. But that could carry sheds, sure.
Yeah, I just think it would be more peaceful. You know, right now I feel like the gables are sort of aggressive facing Darramore. And, you know, I'd like something a little simpler. Thank you.
Angus?
I agree with that. I appreciate the trying to keep a one-story face on the facade. The what's perceived above that on the second floor with the gables and the setback, the setback would be more effective if it were more than it is currently. I think it's like a foot or something. But I agree with Ray's comment that the gables, if this were more of a bungalow type, shed dormer that maybe doesn't come across as much as this, maybe it's, pulled in like 4 or 5 feet on either side, that it could run the whole distance across and be effective, but less imposing than those gables. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
I agree. I agreed with Ray when he said that the front of the building was a little too complicated, and why wouldn't it just be a shed dormer, like a cottage, sort of like you have in the back, and that would simplify all those little gable dormers and so forth. And it would also sort of harken back to the more of the ranch style as a sort of a smaller building. So
Okay,
I
great.
would appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. My only comment, and I'm not sure about visibility, I just believe the east elevation on the first floor is really overly fenestrated. So maybe that could be looked at too. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Yeah, Robbie, nothing to add on I think primarily that set of dormers on the front for me. We can get a motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
All right, and I'm an aye. Pool, why don't we deal with the pool now? You're not changing footprint, so we'll have solar track. All right, pool schmool. Huh, no, that one worked. The house was a 403 for me.
I did. All of a sudden it came up. It's so weird.
Whenever you're ready, Robbie.
Well, it's the same site plan, the pool's in the back. Of course, we're gonna screen it so you can't see it from, unless you're a bird. And, I mean, you can see the pictures of the backyard, it's very bounded by vegetation all the way around, except for that left-hand side, which is a little bit, not quite as thick. So we would like to put a 6-foot board fence across that portion to be the left-hand side of where the swimming pool's indicated. And also infill with some native vegetation of some sort. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No. Oh, is the board fence, is that natural weather?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
God
bless you.
My goodness.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Came
No,
out of nowhere. I
feels good, doesn't it?
I did want to say something, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Not that, but I was just wondering the orientation of the pool, why it isn't parallel to the house. Just asking the question, just so, yeah.
No, that's the way that the owners requested that it be. And underneath that back porch, they would like to have it as close to that back porch as possible. So that's why we decided to orient it that way. And all the pool equipment's going in the mechanical room in the basement, so we don't have any of that equipment visible from anywhere, any of the neighbors,
The neighbor thinks.
anything like that.
Anything else, Abby?
No, thank you.
Can we go to the picture that shows the rear deck and the bench? Can we zoom in on that?
Yeah, it's all there on that same sheet, Stephen.
Pardon me?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just didn't hear you.
I thought you were looking for my elevations. You
Oh,
were
no.
looking for that
No,
photograph.
I'm more comical. That bench, that's from the Ernest Bench Company. And it could, if you're gonna take the house down, maybe you could donate that to one of the churches. They could put it in the back courtyard. Ernest, like, you really gotta have conviction to be using that thing. Okay, how about a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Not visible time inspection and thereafter.
All that.
And, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm not sure yet, can you?
Ray,
I,
Connie,
Hi.
Abby?
I did
You
had
can
one,
say no?
I had one question, so I'll just say no.
Okay, Abby's a no. I'm an aye, and that moves us on to rooftop solar tracking, and then on to 57 Matticat Road, fenestration changes, addition, deck, and that's Matt.
Oh, good.
Thanks,
All right,
Robbie.
Great, thanks, everybody.
Oh, good.
All right, 57 Matticat. Pool. Karaoke on this one?
That screensaver, by the way, is what Microsoft switches up every day, every couple weeks or so. Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair. I'll
Yes,
get
please.
started.
Feel
Okay,
free.
so this is 57 Matticat Road. It says I'm muted. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Existing structure from turn of the century, and so we're just looking to make some changes mostly on the rear of the structure. So you can see the south elevation is existing, no changes to that. It's a very unique house structure, and so we're not really looking to make any dramatic changes to the facade of the structure. We are looking to add a second floor deck off of a shed roof and make some fenestration changes. So a majority of the changes are on the north elevation. We've got the comparative elevation drawing 3, which shows the existing fenestration configuration. We're looking to switch out a window to a French door onto a deck. It is cut in slightly, so we do still get that side cheek view, if you will, of the roof line. The head height in that section is kind of low, and so when we do the deck projection, you do get that exposed deck, if you will, that the skirt, if you will. It's a 1 by 12. Anyways, this is on the back of the structure. I don't think it's going to be really visible from anywhere. But with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, guys, we're looking at the bubbles. Any concerns?
Nope. This was on my list, so I'm happy to start.
Go ahead.
And I believe that Holly shared the same concerns in her notes, and that is the view from Matticat Road to the on the side of the house. And so to inset that balcony at the beginning of it from the west gable, a minimum of 3 feet would make this alteration work for me. The fenestration may be not exactly following guidelines, but I looked from Crooked Lane and didn't see, there wasn't really a visual of that. So due to lack of visibility, I think that's approvable. And the same thing with the detail of, as Matt mentioned, with the projecting out to the point that the skirt board is visible. Preferably that be set in, but if it's pulled away from the west, I don't think that's going to be visible. Thank you.
Abby?
I agree. I think that second floor deck should be pulled in a couple of feet. Thank you.
Okay, Ray?
First of all, I've got a trivia question for you guys. Do any of you know who moved this house from Sherburne Turnpike to this location?
No, but I remember that it was.
No, but I remember it moving.
Mhm.
His name was Ray Pohl. And if memory serves me, we did it for John Keane, like a long time ago. And the funny thing is, every time I run by there, I go, great reuse, recycle. Like it worked over there and it works here. But I do have the same, Matt, I have the same comments that the rest of the board had on the deck. So thank you.
Thanks. Carrie?
I was fine with it the way it is, but as insurance to not see that at the west, I think Angus's idea is a good one.
Can you refresh my memory on what his idea was?
Just to 3 feet of roof before the deck on the back, so possible visibility from the west.
Okay, thank you. So just take a look at that idea. I guess it's my turn. My only concern with, if you move that, if you take a look at the east elevation, you need to move the front rail of the outermost rail of the proposed rear deck about more than 3.5 feet in order to actually have that fascia disappear. So you end up with like a 3-foot deep deck up
Oh,
there.
no, it was about the roof. Sorry, yeah, if you're looking at the north elevation, instead of the tiny sliver of roof on the
Yeah.
right side, have 3 feet of roof so that the railing moves in away from the outside wall.
Oh, good, because that would be much more
Yep.
attractive than the alternative sliding. I thought the concept was to remove that fascia, and that was not going to work.
No,
Okay.
it's just tiny, yeah.
Yep, good, thanks, appreciate it. I'm not adverse to that, moving that in. I don't know if, I think 3 feet may be a little extreme, but having at least a couple of feet there. But it's not a hill I'm going to die on. What do we want to do? Exhibit A?
I'll make a motion to do an Exhibit A with approving it as submitted, except that the balcony moves in from the west gable 2 feet. And I believe it's 1 foot now, so that would make it 3 feet total.
Okay. On Angus's motion, Angus.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Exhibit A. 21 Old South.
Mr. Chair, this was a complaint, and it doesn't seem that the applicant is in the room or online. Or did you want to?
I can speak to this, Mr. Chair.
That was very smooth entry, Matt. I like how you did that casual. Oh, does that happen to be on the agenda? Go ahead, please.
So, yeah, the owner, they installed this door, and I think you've all seen it. Have you seen it? Meat and Fish. It's the automated door.
Oh, yeah.
And so they asked, again, it wasn't something that they discussed with us We designed the building originally, and I wasn't aware of it until they were notified by the HDC, and then they asked for some assistance. And so I can only offer you that. And we did try to provide photographs of the existing door type. Now, that's the door that faces on Old South Road, and that same door type was there previously. And again, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, let's see, Ray?
I did not condone this or
yeah.
approve it. I'm literally just trying to help out an old client.
Well, you know, I couldn't help but notice this the first time I went in there for coffee. Like, is this the only automatic? Oh, it's not the only automatic door on Nantucket, but it's seriously, it's jarring. Matt, you did such a great job with the rest of the building, you know, it just kind of like takes away from all that. Thanks.
Thanks, Ray. Connie, I think you're on this one.
Yeah, same impression when I went in. I missed the old door. I'm not sure I can get used to this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby?
Yeah, I ditto both previous.
Angus?
Jarring, I think, was a good description. Yeah. It's not really following any guidelines I know of.
This is correct, this is the parking lot facing door.
Correct.
So for me, I agree with all the comments. Less jarring is paint this damn thing Essex green.
Yeah.
What was the old plane that we used to, the DC-3s, the aluminum hulls, remember those? Flying up to Boston and looking through the rivets.
Mr. Chair, whatever motion you put in, they didn't pay the as-built fee.
Okay, I'm not sure this is gonna go to a motion, but
Okay.
for me, given the fact that it's on the rear of the structure, yes, it's seen, but it's seen by the individuals who visit the store, and otherwise the parking lot obscures it, if not eliminates it. It is in a cubby. I think that the as-built fee is important part of it, and I think it would need to be Essex green to match the front door. What do we want to do?
This is reminding me of, maybe it's Hatches, but there's like a regular swinging door, and then inside is an electric door.
So a couple screen doors here, you think?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's room in front of this to have doors that obstruct the view of this, because if you could see it from Amelia.
Yeah. Through
And
parking.
the green, even if you paint it green, like where do you see vertical lights like that?
And through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And I hesitate to even suggest this because when this was a topic of discussion in the office. You know, they're very functional and people that are using them like them, but the aesthetics are obviously a huge departure from what you would find typically on Nantucket. Somebody was discussing like if we added lights like Muntins, and if it was a darker color, that might, you know, take away from that vertical appearance.
Matt, I'm going to suggest this. They're not going to send this back to the manufacturer or the vendor who sold it to them.
I'm guessing
So
not.
why don't, maybe mock it up or
Yeah.
just do it.
Yeah.
It's already a violation where it's in process of being rectified, and we can take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll bring it back to the clients and throw out some of those ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, I mean, obviously you could just Photoshop it. It'd be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But I think it's worthwhile to take a look at.
Yeah.
I would hate to think, well, first of all, we don't want to be rewarding this type
No.
of behavior.
No.
But given its location, if this can be masked somehow, that's the doors, utilizing another set of doors, I think presents other problems. Probably a little ADA involved and other things along the line. So, okay, so we're gonna hold for more information.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Yes.
Excellent. On your motion, Abby.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Ray.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And now we are on to 8 Federal Street.
And Mr. Chair, Ethan would like to hold this application.
Okay. So now we are on to 111 Surfside.
And the property owner is online, Mr. Sutton.
Okay, Mr. Sutton, we are going to put up the plan and you can kind of quickly walk us through it.
And Mr. Chair, this is also a violation, and the as-built fee was not paid either.
Okay, so we're going to consider that as well. Why am I not finding it? Oh, there it is. I knew it was there. I'd seen it before. Mr. Sutton, are you with us?
So here, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
So, I mean, the pictures kind of explain a lot, but why don't you just quickly walk us through it, please?
Sure. So deer fencing has gone up, tried to route it in areas that were where it was between vegetation and as minimally visible as possible, just on the backyard of the property. The backyard backs up to Surfside Road, also to that kind of heavily trafficked bike path area. So kind of obviously serving twofold here. Obviously concerns you guys were probably very aware with ticks traveling on deer, as well as pedestrians and young kids around the area where there's a pool. Again, there's, probably some, I think even in this picture you guys are showing here with that Leland cypress, they cut the cypress back pretty far to try to tuck both the post and the fencing in there. I have updated photos if you care to see them. By the end of the summer, it's pretty minimally visible. This picture is at one place where, unfortunately, I think the developer of the house tore down a bunch of vegetation to move out a shed when it was being built. So that's why there's a gap there. We've been planting pretty aggressively in that vegetation area over the summer. We're kind of waiting on this meeting to see if there was kind of a prescriptive plan that the committee would like to see there, but happy to plant any vegetation to kind of cover up those posts that are visible from Surfside Road.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus.
So I went over here on the on the weekend, and because I've lived on the island for 40 years, I felt a little bit silly putting in the address and just following the directions, but it ended up bringing me off of Gladlands and then down the road, and there was a bunch of fencing that I was curious whether there was permitting for, and then I came back out around onto Surfside, and it's very visible, and should be set back and vegetated. So it's not just my concern out on Surfside, but also off that common way to actually get to the house.
Thanks, Abby.
No, I agree, and they're popping up everywhere, and people don't seem to understand that if you do fencing, you've got to get an application, and it's got to be on the inside of your property, so you don't see things like this. So I would be in favor of the as-built fee, and brought to the attention of the owner.
Whose attention I think we have.
Yeah.
Ray?
Mr. Chair, Ray is gone, but Joe has arrived.
Joe is
and,
here.
yeah.
Oh, tag team.
Joe, have you been here? Did you hear the discussion on this application? Can you sit on it?
I can sit on it about 45 minutes.
Okay, great. Why don't you go?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I think that these fences just need to be on the interior of the property and not visible. I mean, we understand that this will become slightly less visible when the posts weather, but the proximity of the structure to the public way and the visibility into it from more than one location just calls for screening or a relocation. In fact, I think along the bike path, you probably can't do screening because it's presumably on the property line.
I think this, as it is on Surfside
Hold-
Road, this is within.
Mr. Sutton, please hold. We're not going to have crosstalk. Joe, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, sorry.
No, I'm just saying that for the benefit of the applicant that, that looks like it's mowed by the town along the bike path, and the only way to screen it would be to move it interior on the other side of the plants that we're looking at. I understand this is the worst case scenario, but I just think it needs to be screened. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I agree with what's being said. It's pretty visible. So we need more vegetation and I think parts of it need to be moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. It appears to me that some of the other areas shown in the pictures are within or plant material, and they will be better hidden. That the privet, it looks like this was either very early in the season or late. I think very early, and probably not telling us a good tale, but perhaps you could consult Bartlett Tree or a landscaper on a fertilization program for the more internal plant material areas of the fence along the privet and so on, shown with the black SUV. But along the street side, I think that is going to need to be relocated to the interior. We need, I think, to look at the site plan to make specific determination. So I think there's consensus that from Surfside Road, this should not be visible. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which would necessitate moving it, either moving it. So this is interesting. Mr. Sutton, the site plan shows a dash line and a dash dot line. And I can't read, it looks like there's an easement for the bike path, but you have yard space there of 25 feet, which definitely doesn't appear to be 25 feet of grass, but the plan is showing a 25-foot separation from the bike path to the fenced area. Is that correct?
It is approximately at that distance.
Okay, so it seems as if there's two options. One is to relocate the fence to the interior existing planning, or to supplement the existing planning because you have property to work with. Do you have a preference before we make a determination?
I'd prefer just to add more vegetation. I think it's that one area you showed, it certainly needs vegetation. It's pretty hard to see from most of the other along Surfside Road, where the gate is and where that picture you showed, where there's some cross bracing. Certainly would agree it could be vegetation, and that's well within our property line.
Okay, and then I'm realizing my error here is that the most objectionable image is viewed, what I'm seeing there is a shell driveway. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to discuss, and my tablet's not reloading the site plan. So I'm having difficulty referencing what it is I need to reference in order to actually speak about this intelligently. What elevation, what cardinal point is the image of the image on the screen taken from?
That is the southern side of the property looking towards the northeast.
Okay, so that is, I think, that's the objectionable one that we want to have rectified. And you have space there to plant out, or is that your neighbor, is that the property line and your neighbor's land?
It is on the inside of our property line, but it is relatively close. I would not have room for additional vegetation on the other side of that fence.
Okay, I think that's the one that's going to get moved in then.
Okay.
Unless I'm misreading my board.
No, I think you're right, and I think the same condition exists on the other side, at least according to the site plan. It looks like there's a photograph that I think where the door is, that Yeah, there's, I think this is the next one. Might be, there's a gate, yeah, there. So that fence along the left there also goes along the property line. We don't have a view from the other neighbor's house, but that's visible and it probably won't be able to be planted out.
Mr. Chair, that view is the opposite end, so that other photo that you said was egregious is they're standing right by the Shell driveway, so that's the other side of Surfside.
Joe, did you catch that? So basically, the image we saw and we were discussing is the primary concern is the left leg of the fence running along parallel to the Shell driveway in this image.
That's the view from Surfside Road looking in towards the house.
So if he were to move the fence in to the inside of the vegetation along the most objectionable location, which was parallel to the Shell driveway, he'd be moving this fence that is the leftmost corner in towards the gate, and probably the gate would have to be relocated, and then this area would have to be screened. Is how I'm reading that. Is that, Kathy, is that the layout?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the layout.
Okay, so this is the short end of the L of the area that we had primary concern over. So it looks like in Exhibit A, if we were to determine to request screening, would be along the, I'm sorry, the cardinal point again is which that this parallels?
That is the eastern portion of the property along Surfside.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, well, this one I think could be vegetated.
Is that, so this is a question to the applicant through the chair. Is the fence that we're seeing on the screen now, as it's shown, proposed on the plan?
Mr. Sutton, does the plan reflect accurately the location of the fence as we're viewing it in the images?
From what standpoint? It is the fencing along Surfside Road.
Right, well, from the standpoint of accuracy, is this fence shown in the plan the same location as shown in the images, or is there a discrepancy?
I don't know of any discrepancies. I think it's pretty consistent.
Okay, so we're getting some comments here from staff.
When I had him draw this out, he drew it to here, and I should have to draw it to here.
Okay, so it's,
Yeah, it's fine.
okay, so it sounds like there's, what we're picking up on is that there's a discrepancy, spatial discrepancy, and we're trying to reconcile that so we can make a determination.
Okay.
And it's not, suggesting any willful or intentional act on your part. We're just trying to get accurate information.
Okay.
I think the simplest way to say this is going to be that this cannot be visible from a public way, and if it necessitates relocating to the interior, so be it. And if you can screen it and it's on your property, so you have the capacity to screen it, then so be it. But I think we could write that up as a condition of approval as opposed to an Exhibit A. What do you guys think? Hey, Abby.
I've lost trust. I'm sorry.
Connie,
Yeah, I'd be okay with it.
that narrative is probably the way to go.
Yes.
Joe, what do you think about that? Not visible, fence not to be visible either through adding vegetative screening or relocating to the interior of existing vegetative screening?
Generally okay with that. I have the same questions about the site plan that were raised, because when I look at the site plan, the distance that it looks like it's from the bike path looks adequate and looks fine, and it just seems to differ from the picture. But I guess if we have that language that it just can't be visible from any public way, then we're covered. but I wouldn't make that motion.
Okay, so, and we can annotate that to indicate that the site plan needs to be revised to more accurately reflect the location of the fencing.
The other way around.
And, yeah, the end result is gonna be that we require screening, and it's gonna either fit, the screening it's either gonna move the fence to the interior of the vegetation, or it's gonna add vegetation, so having this come back and the rigmarole is not worth it, I don't believe. We can accomplish the same thing with narrative and condition to revise the site plan. I'm fine making that motion if there's support for it.
For just no visibility of the
No
fence.
visibility, either, yeah, as I previously
And
stated.
wherever it's not visible will be reflected in the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the plan should be, the plan should be revised to indicate the final resting place of the fence, not visible from a public way.
That's my motion,
The town inspection.
Yeah, and thereafter.
and thereafter.
Okay, so that's Angus's motion, and I'll write that up if you want me to. Angus, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Let's see, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. 43 Union have been dispensed with, 75 Fairgrounds dispensed with. Boy, it's tough, we're here so late.
Two Dukes Road is also being held.
Two Dukes, hold.
Five Stone Post is being held.
Uh-oh. 8R Union Street?
Joe?
Oh, that's
Joe?
actually me.
Dun, dun, dun. So that will be, let's see, Carrie. This is,
By myself?
Yeah.
yeah, just Carrie. You can, hey, God so loved the world, he didn't invent it by committee.
Is that, I have a full board, is that the case?
Yeah, you got a full board. It'll be the alternate city. Well, actually, it's going to be Connie and Carrie because Ray's not here.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine. Joe, proceed at will here.
Proceed at will. I'm trying. There we go. Okay. This was on the view list, and this is 8R is this little structure here. And I think the town GIS says it was built in the 30s, but we found this photo here from 1890 that shows a portion. This is 8, so it shows 8R, and it shows the oversized windows here, and you get a glimpse of the barn door, and you can see this hatch door there. So it looks like the front facade has remained like this for quite a while. And so my client lives next door, actually, at 10 Union. And you might recall that went through the HDC for a while, and we got a parking space approved along Union Street. And so they've purchased this, and it will become part of that property. And the reason why I'm mentioning all that is that currently there's 3 parking spaces that are along the front of this that will eventually get reduced to 1 when we submit a landscape application, but it's reflected here on the site plan. So we're here for this 4-foot by 7.5-foot wart addition on the left side of the building. And we're here to request a shift laterally 6 feet towards the street. That's just to give us a little bit more of a buffer between these 2 buildings. Wanted to keep the streetscape relationship the same. And we are intending to, right now, I've got a little bit of a sconset curb situation happening along the front. So we are looking to, well, the grade actually comes up here. So we're going to pull the grade down, leave the front facade intact, add this wart. The south elevation stays as is. The east elevation, which is in the rear and fully enclosed, currently has these unmuntined windows. We're going to put muntins in there, and we're requesting 4 doors with these overlapping barn doors. They're existing swing barn doors on the front that aren't drawn in the elevation, but they're open all the time. And then on this elevation, we're keeping all the second floor fenestration staying the same except this dormer fenestration. And that's it. Colors to stay as is for now. There may be an application to come in to tweak these colors, but the intent is to keep the painted shingles on the front. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Mickey, do you got anything?
Mickey left a
Mickey
message that was fine with their group.
Okay, why don't you begin, Angus?
So it's such a sweet little building, and I appreciate you including the photo, the 1890 photo. So I would want on the COA application just to put pre-1890 on it. And that brings me to my concern with it is the expanse of French doors on the east elevation. I'm just concerned about the loss of historic material to facilitate those doors. But I looked from whatever it is that curves around to Washington, but over by the Nerdus station, and it's very difficult to see this. And I appreciate the modesty of the wart and it being set back from the street side facade. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
Yeah, I appreciate you're working on another old project. This is great, Joe. Saving another old golden oldie. My only concern, as Angus pointed out, are the 4 French sliding doors on the east. And if those could be reduced to just 2, then that would be like the front of the building. No, I'm just grateful. Thank you.
Connie?
I had a similar concern about the east, but I don't believe it's going to be visible. So I appreciate what you've done, Joe. Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, I appreciate what you've done, Joe. I just have one question about, because you're shifting it over. Is the relationship to the grade the same and the ridge line will stay the same as it is now with that shift? Or is any grade changing?
No, that's a great question. The intention is to keep it there because actually the driveway is elevated and then you step down about 18 inches to this and it makes for a really nice, you're connected to the street, but you also feel separated from it.
Yeah.
And it's important for us to keep it at this grade because of the rear patio and yeah, so it's not going to change elevation relative to sea level.
Great, because I think that is one of the things that makes it unique and charming as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, so visibility of those rear doors, I agree with. If they were visible, I'd have a concern. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
No, thank you. Yeah, we're excited about this little structure.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, we are on to not 220 milestone. We are on to 10A West Dover rooftop solar. Do we have?
No, we do not, Mr. Chair.
So we're going to hold. Do we have someone representing, is Uri here for 14 Mamek?
He is. I promoted him to panelist, so
Who's folding me?
he's joining right now.
Fiona.
I'm here, yeah, I just joined. Oh,
All right. I think we should be able to get through this pretty quickly, Uri.
I hope so. So we are at this house. We are proposing to change the front of the house from shingles to clapboard, which will be painted light gray, dark gray, or similar color, and then
Uri,
changing the front.
Uri, are you screen sharing? Would you like to screen share?
Yeah, I can share.
That would be helpful.
Just need to open it up.
Is this 14 Mammoth?
Mamak.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
If not, we can just pop
House.
this up. I mean, this is like a simple thing. We should be moving pretty quickly.
I'm just opening it up. Share. Okay, I don't. Hopefully, you can see it now.
Yes, we can see.
Yuri, let's just go right to the elevations.
Okay. Okay, so front elevation, which is west, we are proposing to change the shingles to shiplap. I mean clapboard, sorry, and then changing the front railing, making a little bigger deck with the railing on the sides, and side elevation from the south would be, of course, the railing with the railing from the back, deck from the back, and changing the windows, eliminating one, adjusting the head height because there are different heights on the elevation. And the back, I'm just showing pretty much making the decks slightly bigger and adding some railings there also. And then doing the window wells on the north elevation for the basement.
Okay.
And the north elevation is pretty much very close to the neighbor, not really visible there.
Right. Okay, thank you. Angus, you had this. What were your concerns? Did I misread that?
No, it was on my consent list, and I actually appreciated the change in the front door to a 6-panel. There was I think what the main issue for me was the unusual, it was almost like a deck, a porch on the front of the house, which is, that's generally a stoop. And so decks really should be limited to the rear or, backside of the structure. So I think that was my primary concern.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give you guys context. The house next door to this, which is, Washman Ave actually, is a 5-bay gray clapboard front with a deck like this, except for it doesn't have a step. My company managed this community for the better part of 25 years, so I just kind of have unfortunately, an encyclopedic knowledge of these properties. Can't seem to download the information and get rid of it. But just so you're aware, there is precedent in the neighborhood, and it's immediately adjacent to it. Abby, on any concerns?
No, just one thing, it says 14
Mamak.
on our agenda, but 15 on the actual application.
I think your mic's off, Abby.
Oh, sorry.
Just the agenda says 14 Mamak, and this says 15 Mamak on the application.
Yeah, that's my mistake. Sorry, it's 14.
No worries. I also think that the front porch is a bit odd on a sort of a federal style. I would just keep it the same, just do the clapboard. Thank you.
Okay, Connie?
I'm just looking for the front door color, Newport blue. Is that correct with the gray?
Looking for the
That's what it
application.
says on the application.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay with this, thank you.
okay, Carrie?
I agree with the others. I think the front deck on this house reads as very atypical, and even though it's next door, it doesn't mean it's correct. So if we keep the stoop as it is, I would say approve as submitted, but for that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, can I,
Hold on, Uri.
oh,
So
okay.
the only thing I had a concern about, and then I realized it was on the far non-visible side of the structure, is there's some small structure add-ons. Correct is an interesting word, and it's loaded.
Okay, then typical or atypical,
Yeah, so my
appropriate
comments,
or inappropriate.
yes, and my comments are that it is atypical, however, it's not inappropriate. And those are my comments. It doesn't sound like you have the votes for your deck
Uh,
porch.
Let's
uh, so, uh, that deck, the deck that's there right now, or that little stoop that's there right now with the railing in front of the door,
Yeah,
it's with the existing storm door. The storm door cannot even open all the way.
yeah.
It still be so small, you cannot even open it.
So
That's
you're right,
why I would at least like to make it bigger.
maybe what you can do is propose to lessen that from 6 feet to something else,
Yeah, I mean, if
or the width.
you would be okay with, yeah, slightly smaller. I mean, I would like to get at least 5 feet if possible, but maybe not make it all the way from left to right. Make it shorter also, if
The
that's
depth,
possible.
the depth for me is not
The
the
depth
issue.
is
It's
not
the
visible.
width across the front of the house. You don't see that in a, 4 or 5 bay house.
Yori,
Can we
would you be
3
amenable to
feet on either side of the door or something.
here?
limiting it to
Yeah.
either side of the door? Maybe even split the difference between the window and the door on each side.
Yeah,
So it's going to
yeah,
be
I mean,
better part of 6 feet wide.
okay. So it would be like somewhere here.
Yeah, inside the trim so you don't, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Think.
looks like what's existing or what is
No.
being demoed.
But it's too
So what's
shallow.
existing is, guys, just a second. What's existing
This
is
existing.
it's a 3.5 by 3.5 approximately foot stoop, and the rail runs parallel to the closed front door. That's what exists.
Yeah, they're welcome steps.
That's what it's saying, existing
It's
demo.
not
Like
quite
that.
that much. No, that's only, that's wider than I recall. But it's only, you can't actually open the storm door fully because the deck, if you look at the other elevation from the side, yeah. So basically what he's proposing is approximately the same width as you noted and deeper by 3 feet. That's his revised proposal on screen.
So depth, you mean the distance out from the house?
Correct.
And so the door is not any more than 3 feet. So if this is 3 feet out from the door, he can open the door. Correct?
What he's proposing is,
Yep.
I don't want to get caught up in, what you're proposing is to make the proposed new deck, entryway deck, the width shown on the screen with the red lines, and to alter
Yes.
the width and then alter the depth as shown in which elevation, the south elevation. So it's become 6 feet deep by roughly 6 feet wide.
We would make it, yeah, I mean, we can make it 5 feet. Can we
Okay,
make
yeah,
it
no,
5 feet?
I'm not telling you how it should be. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what it is you're proposing so we're clear here and we can make a determination.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, it would be reduced to 5 feet, and then the width would be reduced to what I'm showing here with the red lines.
About 6 feet, yep.
Okay. Okay, Angus, you have a concern with that, it seems, which I understand. Totally fine.
No, I thought there was a motion on the table
Oh, no,
already
no, no,
with,
no, no, no.
with
I'm
just
just trying to
keeping.
get the information together
Yeah.
on one, a revision, and two, what the actual detail of that is, so we can decide if we've got to vote for it.
Do the stoop steps stay the same now?
The stoop steps stay the
steps
same.
stay the
Yeah, I
same
think
going-
this is just, it's just an odd rendering. It makes it look like that.
Yeah, but I think.
Can I make a motion?
I hope so.
Motion to approve all the revisions except for the front stoop, which will be 6 feet wide as you look at the front door and 5 feet in depth from the face of the building towards the street.
And that'll be an exhibit A that you'll do in the office?
Sure.
Okay.
Or we can do that, I can do it.
Or someone will do it here.
That would be great.
Yeah, we
Thank
can do
you.
Even better. Okay, so, thank you for volunteering, Abby. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye, thank you.
Connie.
Aye.
Abby.
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Oh, my goodness. I hope the fenestration of the garage isn't as complicated.
No.
It's just changing to bigger door.
Oh, that sounds like it could be a problem.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. We are hoping for not much visibility there also, of course. That's the main.
My Mac.
No, this application.
Is it an automatic door, your eye?
Which automatic door you mean?
Okay, so you're proposing sliding French doors.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see my screen. Yeah, there will be sliding French door.
Okay, and these face the
Removing the-
interior, and these face the interior of the property.
It faces the house, the back of the house.
So it'll be the, okay. All right.
The garage door, which is from the driveway, is not changing.
Yeah, concerns?
None.
Okay, motion,
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and that moves us to 332
Thank you.
Madison Road. Change siding fenestration. Hi, Matt.
Hello. Yeah, if I could. Oh, son of a nutcracker. Okay.
There's a good chance if we move along, we can actually finish the agenda, which would be kind of nice. I mean, if we don't get out early, at least we could finish it.
Well, that's coming up.
Mission set.
Topic date.
Go team.
It's telling me to go to my email. Do you want to just share? So, while this is being pulled up, Mr. Chair, so this is an application for some fenestration changes to 332 Nantucket Road. This is a studio that was approved a while back, and we're just looking to make some fenestration changes. This is a great shot here. If you scrolled up, the bottom left is the, actually, I have the same thing on my screen. It's the west elevation. So we're looking to two things. One is change the siding to a vertical natural cedar and make these fenestration changes, try to get these 4 French doors. And I think that's the general extent of the changes, Mr. Chair. I think also, sorry, on the south elevation, we're looking to, we had a single window. We wanted to, we had 3 windows, we want to omit 1. So it's an omission of 1 window in the south elevation and these French doors on the west elevation.
Okay.
That's all I have,
Does
Mr.
anyone
Chair.
have a concern with this? Angus?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
The vertical boarding and the the size of the panes in the elevation that we're looking at.
Okay. Do you have a solution that you're requiring of the applicant?
Stick with shingles.
We could do that.
And, yeah, reduce the size of the proposed door, or just leave it as existing. Can we pan out some so we can see the comparison? Or I'll look it up.
Tell us you can't see it.
No, you can see it.
Can you pan out on the screen
Yeah, right
Well,
from
for
where you
those of
park.
us at home?
The parking circles the whole thing.
Yeah. And there's no vegetation because the wind and stuff, which is unfortunate. Okay, Angus, so those are your concerns. Abby?
Well, if you can see it from the road, I appreciate reduction in size of the 4 French doors.
Okay, thanks,
And
Con.
I'd like going to shingle, keeping it as shingle.
Okay, Connie?
I was actually okay with this. And I'm gonna stick with it, yep.
Okay, good for you. Carrie?
I'm just wondering if some kick panels, keep the 4 doors, but if you put some kick panels, if it will help a little bit on the fenestration, but get you to keep your, doors.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could do that.
Yeah.
And shingle.
What's that gonna do to the proportions of those? I guess it's gonna be more acceptable. They won't be so tall.
So vertical.
I don't think they're gonna be a traditional kick panel, though. It's gonna be more of a just simple shaker style.
Yeah.
Not a contemporary look, but okay. I'm good with that. I actually don't mind the vertical board. I understand the shingle concept, it's everywhere. It's the gray lady. But I think it's okay, but you don't have the votes for that. So it looks like we're gonna need an Exhibit A showing panels on the rear doors and rearrangement of the muttons.
You don't think we can pass it right now?
Yeah, it's an Exhibit A.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
I'll make that motion then.
excellent, and you're gonna do a little drawing?
I'll do a little drawing.
Oh, awesome.
Can't wait, I'm gonna get my paints out.
Abby, break out the Crayolas. Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Now we're on to 19 Tennessee Ave. It's Matt and the Nantucket Hour. Well, actually, let's not say the Nantucket Hour because we wanted this to be like a 5-minute thing.
The Nantucket moment.
Nantucket. Where's Nantucket?
19 Tennessee Ave.
Can I try to share again? Saying I have to,
Performers.
You did?
says I can't do it while the other participant is sharing. Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh,
This is
boy.
14 Mammack.
I didn't see a sports court in there.
Nope, no sports court. So while this is up, with your permission, Mr. Chair. I'll
Yeah,
just do
please,
it quick.
Matt, go ahead.
So this is an existing,
Thank you.
video.
Yeah.
Won't do it. Anyway, so this is an existing, that's a great shot. If you could zoom out just a little bit because you can see the existing structure. So this is, that's great, thank you. So in the bottom left is the 1/8 inch reduction. And so this is an existing structure and we're looking to just make a series of revisions to it, essentially trying to keep the entire massing schematic the way it is. It's mostly fenestration changes. We're looking to add a dormer on this elevation, which is the north. You can see that between the garage and the existing main mass. So it's mostly fenestration changes, the addition of a dormer. We are proposing a roof walk, which would be like fantastic. It is not skirted, it is open. We did some research for other roof walks in the area, and so it's got that small bracket detail. But just in general, try to increase the aesthetic appeal and make some fenestration adjustments that are conducive to the existing language by not reinventing the wheel here. We can go to the next sheet if you like. The clouding just indicates where the changes have been made. So again, you can see on the south elevation, there's a lot of the massing is staying intact. We're adding a shed dormer above the garage, changing the garage door location, and adding a second floor deck that's on the left side of the south elevation. So for the most part, we're also, modifying that second floor dormer to make it a little bit more usable on that second floor. But as a whole, we're not lifting, we're not replacing the foundation. We're really trying to keep as much of the structure as possible and just trying to create a more consistent fenestration language, if you will. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Concerns? Same board.
I'll go.
Carrie?
I appreciate the changes. I think the one thing, well, there's two things really. The dormer above the garage, I think is just it reads way too large. And if it could be set back a few feet, then the roof line will come right up to the windowsills. And you would just lose a couple of feet. That's it. The roof walk is a little funny on two dormers like that with 0 leg. Not sure what you can do about it, but all the rest of it, I think, works. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have additional concerns?
I agree with Carrie about the dormer over the garage doors. It's a bit heavy.
Okay, so no additional concern there. Angus?
And I have a concern about the roof walk being on this not two-story building.
Right, so that's still a concern. Anyone else?
No,
So
additional.
supporting carries. So Matt, it seems to me like that dormer could be modified slightly and the roof walk's got to take a hike. Do we want to, you good with that?
Could push it back if I could, if possible, if I could remove the roof walk without prejudice, just in case during construction, we could
Yeah.
do a mock-up.
And the dormer,
Push it back 18 inches.
yeah,
At least.
yeah, I'd say maybe 2 feet.
Okay.
So we'll do an exhibit A. Carrie, you good with that?
Yeah, that would be my motion.
Okay, so your motion is exhibit A that Abby has volunteered to draw.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah.
Oh, and Angus has a red pen out, so we're just gonna have Angus.
He's doing
He's
the,
doing heavy production work here.
I'm trying to work on black French
Pull that
doors and
dormer
there's no
2
way to
feet.
really
So we're
show
gonna have
it.
that be Abby's, I'm sorry, Carrie's motion is to pull the dormer back 2 feet, remove the roof walk. Carrie, on your motion,
Aye.
exhibit A, Connie,
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks. 26 North Cambridge Street is on hold. 26 North Cambridge Street, number 2 is on hold. That brings us to 10 Maxey.
Yes, Lucas Vale is here. Lucas, did you want a screen share? Yeah, I think he's going to screen share.
Let me see that when I can be working on
What's this one?
that. Is that Tennessee?
Oh, I didn't realize Joe was still here.
That's
I would have
Tennessee.
been, I put him on applications.
Can you put him on this one? I need to take a little break.
Yeah, he was on a few of them anyway.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize he was still there. Sorry, Joe.
I'll get over it.
Yeah, I can't see a screen without turning around. Okay, so it's gonna be, Joe's gonna sit in on, at least well, why don't we just have Joe close it out? 10 Maxey Pond, who's presenting? Luke? Is he? Oh, okay, great. You want to quickly walk us through this, please, Lucas?
Lucas,
Can't
are
hear you
you,
if you're talking.
he's not, let me see, now he
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Great. And can you see the screen?
We can.
Fantastic. Alrighty, so as it reads, this is a sunken sports court application. The cover page, we show the rough location on the site plan. We took some context photos in case anyone's not familiar with the site. The sports court will be closest to the rear of the property, which abuts some land bank property around Maxey Pond. So the first 6 photos on the right are from the land bank property. So you can see there's some vegetation and the topography steps up pretty quickly from where you'd be looking from a public way. The next photos are from the front, certainly won't be visible from the front. And then the last 3 photos are from the other side of the northern side of the property, which is a memorial site. Then the GIS shows 2 budding properties also with similar sized sports courts. So there's certainly local precedent. Then we go to the site plan. So the proposed location starts, the alterations start over 60 feet from the rear of the property. And then the biggest thing we did to mitigate any sort of visibility was to sink this whole thing. The elevation of the proposed elevation, which we certainly have some flexibility with, is 34 feet, which means at its lowest, because of the slope of the site, at the lowest side, it's sunk in 4 feet. At the highest side, it's sunk in 9 feet. And we pull some of that grading around. Then we'll have a quick section showing the proposed fencing. The fencing at its highest will be 6 feet. That 6-foot fence will only be for the first 12 feet, which then it'll step down to a 3-foot fence. For the middle portion, step back up. The materials we're proposing is wooden posts, either just natural to weather, or I know sometimes a light gray stain to avoid that transitioning phase. And then that retaining wall will also be with same wood, either natural or stained.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, Joe.
Yeah, hi, Lucas.
There you go.
I've walked the property before, and this section is definitely helpful. I think that little section that you did, it would have been great if it went down to the land bank property so that you could illustrate graphically that topographic change. If I were to count these contours, it looks like those are 1-foot contour intervals. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you for zooming in. Right. So you've got a drop of about what 7 feet plus down to the road, it looks like.
That's correct.
So I have a question. You mentioned the height of the fence varies, and along the long side that is parallel to the pond, what's the height along that length? Does it vary along that length and change on the sides, or I wasn't quite sure what you were describing.
You got it correct. So on the long sides, it'll be higher for the first 12 feet and then step down for the middle portion.
Okay, so it's high at the corners. Okay.
It's exactly. And it's high along the entirety of the short ends of the rectangle.
Okay. I reviewed this for consent, so I've looked at it briefly, but I thought given the scale of this and the proximity to the public way that I know is heavily traveled, well, at least by pedestrians, that it should be reviewed by the board. But I think if there was some additional landscape screening to natural landscape screening, no, not privet, that I'd be okay with this given the topographic change and the fact that you've sunken the court and the local precedent.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Angus.
Yeah, so I went to this spot on the east side of Maxey Pond, And this is just such it's not just, where Nantucket's town was based, but there's a burial there. So it's not just beautiful country, but it's kind of sacred country. And so I just wanted to see what you could see from the road there. And there was just an unvegetated, clear view all the way back to the house, which, you can see almost the deck, almost the porch. So you see the whole landscape between the land bank property and the face of the house. So to think that anything would be in between these two would either take a very unnatural, turn to be able to hide it, or it would be visible. So it looks like there's a sizable area to be able to play with, and my suggestion would be to bring it closer to the Maxi Pond Road at that circle, so that it's more behind the house in relation to the land bank property. Because I think the visibility is going to be a lot less on the east side than it is on the west. Thank you.
Thanks. Who didn't I call? Carrie? No, Joe was on it. Connie?
Oh, yes, sorry, Stephen, I took a break and I haven't been
Yeah,
listening.
no, yeah,
Sorry.
you're good.
Thank you.
Connie, did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Why don't you go, please?
Yeah, I
You can
think
say
I
it.
would be, yeah, I would be more in favor of moving this closer to the land bank, additional screening, vegetation, something. I see that there is precedence for sports courts, but yeah, I'm not sure that two wrongs make a right, so that's my stance. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
I feel the
Yeah,
same way.
did you go?
No, but.
Why didn't you go, please?
Okay, I think the sighting of this is off. It's right down near the pond. It's just, it's in the wrong place. It's sort of environmentally wrong. And there are other places you could cite it, so I think it's just, we're in the wrong place.
Do you have a suggestion on a more sensitive location?
Well, I think back from the pond for sure, because the pond actually is like a park now. People go there to relax and fish. So anywhere, maybe behind the house.
Okay, closer up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to add. It doesn't sound like it sounds like there's a room for revisions for sure.
Through the board, if I may make a suggestion.
Go ahead, we'll give it a try.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, we certainly agree that up on towards the front of the street was the more logical place. There's going to be a future guest house proposal in that location, so unfortunately, just the space didn't work. However, maybe we could do a little kill two birds with one stone. To Angus's concern, I know the owners would certainly be open to any sort of stipulation on natural vegetation being added to additionally screen this and the house.
Angus?
Oh, just to respond, that was my concern, was that almost worse than seeing the court is what would hide the court. It just wouldn't look natural.
Lucas, sounds like some relocation work is in order. And then maybe add vegetative screening, so that's ready to roll.
Mr. Chair, did Joe say anything?
Yeah, Joe spoke first.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. So it sounds like we're looking for a motion for revisions.
I'll make that motion.
On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. No, thanks for checking, Kathy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's late. 65 Pulpus Road. Do we have Dylan here?
He's not here.
That's a whole 35 Meadow. Do we have LDA?
Yes, I'm bringing them over as panelists now, and they're probably going to want to screen share.
Okay, yeah.
Jillian?
What is this one?
35 Meadowview
Okay.
guest.
Yes.
Yes, hello. Good evening. This is Trev LaFleche from LDA, and I'm joined by my colleague Jillian Barasic. We're both on to talk about 35 Meadowview Drive.
Okay, great. So basically, we're looking for, are they showing?
You can share our screen.
Okay,
Share our
great.
screen if you'd like.
That'd be awesome. And if we take a quick look at the site plan and the elevations, and we'll move right along.
Is this the, yeah, which one? The garage?
Garage. yeah.
Guest house.
Right, so this is an
Garage guest house,
existing, this is an existing main house where a shed has already been approved, a move off, and then an existing garage as a move off. You can see the dashed location of the existing garage. And what we're proposing is a new secondary dwelling, guest house, in the location of the old garage, and then a new garage and ADU to the west. And then we'll be back to talk about the main house. We're still working on the design of the main house.
Okay, great. Guest house?
So the guest house is a secondary dwelling of about 1,375 square feet. It has a bedroom on a lower level with a kind of a dining and lounging area, and 2 bedrooms on the upper level. It's 1.5 stories with the shed dormers on the west and the east side. The height is about 23 feet 6 inches. Pretty straightforward. All shingles, white cedar shingles, black sash windows, white painted trim, and red cedar roof shingles, all naturally weathering.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say for the group, the section lines are very distracting, both with respect to their weight and their frequency. Just for future
Sorry about that. You mean the grid lines that we've got on here? Oh, sorry. Okay, good to know.
For future reference. Okay, who'd like to begin?
So can I just, we're just talking about the guest cottage.
Guest house, yeah,
Okay, I can start.
please.
Okay. Do the colors and the architecture relate to the main building?
Hasn't been proposed yet.
Hasn't
Yeah,
been proposed yet.
The main building is a bit of a hodgepodge of shingle and clapboard, which we are planning to completely remove. And the goal is to have all shingle on all structures, all naturally weathering white cedar with white trim and dark windows.
Okay,
And-
so the garage, all the material elements would be the same on the main house?
That's right. That's our intent, that the guest house, the new garage, the main house, and the cabana that has been previously approved, they all play well together with white, naturally weathering cedar shingles, the red cedar on the roof, and then the white trim and black windows.
Yeah, so,
Thanks, Trev.
so I see that it's got a sort of a modern element to it. And I was just looking at the neighbors to see how much of this might be a bit of a departure from the other neighbors. But I'm not in opposition to that. But, it seems a little different than what we normally see. But I'd like to see what other people say on the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus.
So my concern with this is the atypical massing with the flush dormer and then a projection beyond that that's the full 2 stories. And I believe with the way the road curves around on that elevation side, that's my primary concern with it.
The proposed east elevation? That element?
It's that element that, yeah, that you would see from the,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
northeast. And
Um,
also just the expanse of sliders without buttons, both on the first floor and then the sort of atypical railing with the French doors on the second floor in the south elevation.
Sounds good. Joe?
Yeah, appreciate the simplicity of this on some level. It's a simple cape. I think for me, it comes down to some proportional elements. I feel like it's maybe this is purposeful. There's a lot of shingle area relative to the fenestration area. So that's one. And I think some of that could be mitigated by dropping the plate height of the shed dormers down. It looks like a typical relationship is the fascia board sits on the head casing of the window. Maybe you get a course of shingle above it, but here you've got a few. And I think it adds to the surface area of shingle unnecessarily. And I think if that was tweaked and maybe the size of the windows, if they came up just a little bit dimensionally, it would help to strike a balance. I definitely agree that it looks like a pipe railing of some sort is atypical. Curious if it's visible from a public way, from down on the pond or across the pond. Same with respect to the single pane glass. We've seen doors with 4 lights or 6 lights coordinated with 2/2 windows. So I think that would work. And there are definitely precedents in Nantucket for horizontal rails in locations. So I'm not against them entirely because I don't think it'll be that visible. I think that's it. It's probably worth noting that the language that gets approved here will end up setting the tone for the main house. And it looks like, just looking at your perspectives, that you are working simultaneously on these, and the language looks similar. I'm looking at, the last page there. Yeah.
It is
Okay.
true that we are,
Trev, don't have us going back and forth with discussion. We've still got a couple members to comment.
that
I
my
looked at
properties,
this property before it transacted, and that existing garage and that other structure there just seems poorly placed. So I think your site strategy feels good to me, and it makes sense. And it does feel like this structure is in proportion to what I'm seeing as the main house. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have much else to add. My concerns are similar. The fenestration, those sliders on the south, that little shed pent roof over the front door. It's simple, but I think maybe too simple, if that makes sense. Maybe somehow beef up that front entrance a little bit. And yes, that's it, I think, for now. Thank you.
Thanks. I agree about the dormers. Top plate height is problematic. The element on the east that's jog in the building, kind of like a small tower. One element that I don't think has been mentioned is, I think the fenestration, other than the French doors, which are the opposite, is undersized in general. And then the fenestration on the east element that has drawn some concern is, I don't think that works for 2 reasons. One, proportionality with respect to all the other fenestration, not only of the window frames, but of the lights, and the lights being square versus rectangular, taller than wide, which is a traditional Nantucket application. Other than that, on the south elevation, the quadruple doors, I think 3. I don't necessarily think it needs to be 3 in a gang like a Nano. I think it could be a 2 and a 1. Have to play around with that. And those doors, I didn't look at the door schedule, but
9 feet.
yeah, they looked a little big. I think those need to be downsized. It's the other fenestration isn't going to catch up to that, and it's always going to look odd. Is there anything else we want to talk about, Angus?
No, I think a good point has been made about the extra shingles and the scale of the windows in relation to the walls, all that. So I would make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you very much. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Trev, you want, let's look at the garage. I think we're gonna, basically, we just need to look at the elevations and we can give you a nod or some feedback. And then we're gonna have the hardscaping track.
Well, and I should let you know that I think Mirka is not going to be able to jump on. She got held up by something at the last minute, and so she won't be able to present the hardscaping, and thought maybe it would just become the first item on your agenda at the next meeting.
Well, she's here, but we're gonna look at the garage now.
Oh, okay. Is she there? Okay, maybe she got on after all. All right. Well, the garage is across the entry court, and it is a 1.5-story structure, 2-car garage, 1,300 square feet with a 600 and 700 square foot ADU above. So that's within the 1,300 total gross square feet. Bedroom, living, dining, stair that comes up. Gable dormers to the front, a little low roof that gathers the entrance to the ADU on the right, around to over the garage doors, around to an exit door from the garage to the family house. Pretty straightforward. Other than that,
Okay, sounds good. Why don't we do that same rotation, Joe?
I'm first.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I almost said that when I first saw this, I thought, well, this looks approvable. And then I noticed the cheek walls of the dormer are flush with the gable, and that the rake board of the gable, or that defines the gable, is really sort of superficial. So, dormers are inset. We don't have a lot of black and white rules at the HDC. That's one of them. So I think that dormer along the back needs to be inset from the gable ends. Otherwise, I think that this is appropriate in scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, who was next? Angus.
Sure. So, yeah, I had the same reaction looking at the garage doors and the dormers above, and like, fine. And then, the dormers are flush with the gable end. So, as Joe mentioned, they would want to come in 3 feet from either side of the main block. Because even if it comes in 3 feet from the on the stair side, if you're looking at the west elevation, the left side, it would still end up being like beyond flush with the main gable. So that would want to come in the dormer on the left side. And then likewise, stepping back, we have another rule about stepping back 1 foot from the eave, so that we don't have this superficial pasted on eave that is visible on that west elevation. Also, there's more rules about the amount of shingle in relation to the windows. And so the windows are unusually small and there's too much shingle space in the dormer. So when the dormer shrinks, the windows probably want to get a little bit larger as well. And same with the proportions of the south elevation, windows being more horizontal than vertical. But I don't think that's going to be visible. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby.
I agree with Angus, what he said, but I'm wondering if the color of the garage doors and the door and the people doors, is that black?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might be a little harsh for here. I would either suggest natural to weather or sort of a gray, but I think two black squares like that, that's a bit harsh. Thank you.
Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I agree, especially about the color and the size of those windows. Thank you.
Nothing to add. Motion to hold for revisions
So moved.
on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Do we want to pick up the hardscape? It doesn't sound like the footprints are going to change, so maybe we should.
Yeah,
Uh,
joining.
yeah, I'm here. Good evening.
Hey, Mirka. Good evening.
I am in the car, so I will not turn my camera on. So
Okay.
my apologies. But I do feel like it would be worth it since you are at the application to look at the hardscape because it's really minor at this point.
Okay, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna ask you to stay laser focused.
Okay,
So let's just walk through it.
perfect. So we can go right to the site plan. I just wanna, yeah, and yeah. So I'm just waiting for the plan, site plan to pull on the screen. What I want to just say, the pool and back of the yard was already approved via consent list. This application is just completing the information to the new proposed architecture of adding the garage and the guest house. So it's practically just to make sure we have our apron approved. So as you can see on the plan, there is an existing natural buffer between the Meadowview and the property, which we are keeping. We are just changing the curb cut closer to the new proposed guest house. And just proposed materials is the Belgian blocks for an apron, and then we are keeping the same pea gravel as we had it, and the bluestone pathways to the front door and sideways. So that's all. That's all what for this application. As I said, back of the pool and patios, that's all was approved. We did add the outdoor kitchen actually in the back just to complete the full application, but that's it. None of it will be really, the back will not be affected by these changes. And, that's all oh, thank you. So you can see dash line, the existing driveway, you see proposed the new curb cut, all the pool and back was already approved. So it's really just the front part.
Okay, and America, what's the driveway material again?
It's a pea stone. That's what
Pea
was there
stone.
before, yes.
And a Belgian block apron?
And the Belgian block apron with the typical maximum allowed, the 19 with the 10 feet depth.
Okay, no one can say there's too much bluestone. Are there any concerns with this?
Yeah.
My concern,
No, go ahead, Angus.
just my concern was about the width, in the dimensions at the apron, it shows 10 feet across and then 19 feet in front of that for the display. So that caught my eye, that seemed too wide there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the dimension that it shows, I don't know if you could expand right at the apron, but it shows 10 feet for the apron, and then what you would imagine would be a couple of feet more says 19 feet
Width-wise?
width-wise. Yeah, there.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's maybe code to 15. That might be a typo. Not sure why it's show up. We just know by code we can go up to 19. But yeah, would be 2 feet flare up.
So it's a 12-foot wide?
Yes.
Roughly. Okay,
So that was my only concern. The rest I'm fine with.
okay. Does anyone, Abby, you have concerns?
No, I just wanted to say that this is helpful to see that there's going to be so much vegetation around the architecture. It does show that the guest cottage, which I thought was askew, looks like squared off to the main house, so I'm not sure if that's drawn correctly.
Oh, this is the proposed site plan. That's the same what you just saw ahead of
Can
me.
you scroll up so we can see the guest cottage? Wasn't the guest cottage askew?
I think.
The existing garage is askew, but that got approved to be removed.
Yeah, and then.
Oh, so this is what it will look like?
Yes, the other
Yeah,
was.
I think the main concern is to make sure with this huge parking court and all of this sort of semi-modern architecture that it's all screened by vegetation. And it looks like you've done a good job, America.
Connie?
Thank you.
Yep, no concerns.
Joe?
No concerns given its screening, but I think a corrected dimension on the opening of the driveway would help to clarify any confusion.
No, thank you. Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted with the exception of the 19-foot dimension changing to 12 feet.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes of July 1st, 8th, and 29th?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm going to be a no. Review minutes, CLG minutes, June 27th. I haven't reviewed them. CLG minutes, June 27th. Those have been sent out. Next HGC meeting is September 2nd.
Mr. Chair, are you going to approve the CLG or no?
No, it says review minutes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Next meeting, no worries, September 2nd, so happy Labor Day, everyone.
Wow.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Awesome.
All right. Good night.
All in favor? Oh, we can't do all in favor. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie? Aye. And I'm an aye. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks.
So sad, it's already dark out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, wasn't it nice when we were getting out at 6:30? We motored. Thanks, everyone. Great night.